Testing, testing. Test. In Zoom. You.
Test.
Okay. Right here. Test. Test.
Good evening, and welcome. What a fabulous Monday. City of Lamarque City Council regular agenda of September 8th, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on September 8th, 2025, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. This meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Lott, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Very good. Let's move now to our invocation and pledge of allegiance. I believe we're going to ask retired Staff Sergeant Michael Caballero to lead us in our invocation. Mr. Ross, would you then follow by leading us in our pledge? Stand if you're able.
Let's bow our heads. Almighty God, ruler of the universe, we thank you for this opportunity to meet today, conduct business for the benefit of the city and the members and people of the city of Lamarque, Texas. We ask you to grace us with your wisdom and also help us to uphold the ideals of polite and cordial discourse. We ask that you will be with us throughout this proceedings, and you will keep us in a very calm, collective, and understanding frame of mind. We ask all these things in your son's most precious holy name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are now at our presentations. Item 4.1. We will have a presentation from the Richard A. Kirsten VFW Post 8248. And that, I believe, is headed by Mr. Caballero.
Yes, sir.
Welcome again, sir. We need you at the podium so that the folks at home can hear you. Welcome, 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 and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Today, I would like to address the city council as well as the citizens and fine people of the city of Lamarque. And I'm going to talk about two things. One thing was something of immense joy and happiness, and the other one is of immense sadness and despair. So the first thing I'm going to talk about occurred roughly 80 or 86 years ago on September 2nd. It is known as the Victory over Japan Day, or VJ Day. That was essentially the end of World War II. At that time, Japan officially, they proclaimed that they were going to surrender unconditionally on 15 August for Japan time, 14 August our time. It was official surrender was signed and dated on 2 September 1945. And those documents were signed aboard the battleship USS Missouri. And that was actually signed in the Bay of Japan at that time. A little bit of history of that time, the Pacific Theater is estimated between 25 and 36 million casualties alone in just Pacific Theater. It's been estimated about 19 million of those casualties were civilians due to famine and collateral damage and death due to conflicts of war. In that theater alone, U.S. casualties numbered 111,606 service members. At the end of World War II, there was great joy amongst the entire globe. The whole global community was happy that that war came to an end. So let's not forget those sacrifices that those young soldiers, sailors, Army Air Corps, and Marines did for us, those lives lost to secure the freedoms that we enjoy to this day. And now let's talk about a day of profound sadness. And this day is rapidly approaching. And I'm speaking of September 11th. September 11th, 2001 was a Tuesday morning. And at approximately 8:46 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:46 Central Time, our time, two commercial airliners slammed into the World Trade Center towers. A third hit the Pentagon, and a fourth, unsure of where its location was going to be, what its target was, crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. American Airlines 11, United Airlines 175. Those are the two aircraft that hit the World Trade Center towers. American Airlines 77 hit the Pentagon. And everybody knows the story of the United Airlines 93. Those heroic people who saved possibly hundreds, if not thousands of people by sacrificing their lives for our country. 2,977 U.S. citizens were casualties of a senseless act of terrorism. That 2,977 includes all passengers aboard the aircraft, in the towers, and in the Pentagon. Now, if you want to include the 19 terrorists, that number rises to 2,996. Between 6,000 and 25,000 individuals were injured that day. This is just in one day. That is comparable to the number of lives lost to the 1900 storm. To this day, thousands are still affected. Their health is still affected by what they experienced that day. September 11th is still known as the deadliest and costliest day of loss of life and property in U.S. history. So let us not forget what September 11th meant to this country, what it did for this country, what it meant, what it means, and what it will continue to mean in the future for the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine, Coast Guards, firefighters, first responders, and police officers of New York, and every individual who has been touched in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a proclamation for National Preparedness Month. Chief Merriman, are you receiving this on behalf of the city? Thinking about it? Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamarck proclamation. Whereas the City of Lamarck recognizes the importance of preparing for emergencies that could affect the health, safety, and well-being of our residents, businesses, and community as a whole. Whereas National Preparedness Month, observed each September, serves as a reminder that we all must take action to prepare, now and throughout the year, for disasters and emergencies that could strike at any time, including hurricanes, floods, fires, and other natural or man-made hazards. And whereas the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, the Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM, and other national, state, and local organizations collaborate to educate and empower Americans to prepare for and respond to all types of emergencies. And whereas individuals, families, neighborhoods, businesses, schools, and faith-based organizations in Lamarck are encouraged to make emergency preparedness a priority by developing plans, building emergency kits, and staying informed about the risks in our region. And whereas this year's National Preparedness Month theme, Preparedness Starts at Home, emphasizes what steps individuals can take to prepare for emergencies before they happen. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Lamarck, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of September as National Preparedness Month. The city of Lamarck and encourage all residents to take action toward preparedness, build emergency plans, and contribute to a stronger, safer, and a more resilient community. In testimony whereof, witness my hand and the seal of the city of Lamarck this second day of September. Heath Bell, Mayor. Let's give a round of applause for National Preparedness Month. And Chief, I might say that we are certainly in the thick of our hurricane season. Thanks be to God that we have not yet had to make any major preparations for hurricane season. But just a few hours ago, right down the street from us, there was a man-made emergency. And we thank you and we thank the officers of the fire department, police officers, as well as those that were involved in mitigating that risk. But it goes to show each and every one of us, it's not simply what we watch in the Gulf, but this can happen to us any day at any time. So thank you, Chief, for all that you do. Thank you for accepting this award on behalf of the great city of Lamarck. Certainly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we are in the thick of hurricane season, ladies and gentlemen. And as they say, preparedness does start at home. We did have an emergency that we mitigated with the outstanding team comprised of your police department, your fire department, and all your emergency management personnel. We've managed to get through it uneventful this time. Praise God that we didn't have any serious injuries over a man-made accident. In the theme of preparedness, please go to the city website and sign up for all the emergency alerts. We try to put out emergency alerts as best we can. If you're not signed up for them, you may not get them. Our social media team does an outstanding job of taking everything that we put on the emergency alert system and putting it on Facebook and social media and the city's website page. Our communications department is striving really hard to make sure everybody knows what's going on as soon as time will allow us to let y'all know what's going on. Sometimes in the heat of the emergency, information may be slightly delayed, but that's because most of us are boots on the ground trying to mitigate the emergency and prevent loss of life and property damage. So obviously during hurricane season, good thing to make sure you keep extra water, extra medications, and just stay prepared for the alerts. And God willing, we'll make it through this hurricane season without one. Thank you, folks.
All right, we are now at an introduction. We are going to yield the floor to our city manager, Ms. Barbara Holly, who will update us on our new interim finance director.
Not interim.
He is not interim.
We have an honest to goodness finance
Look at
director.
you.
So Worth, if you would be willing to stand up at the podium. Worth comes to us with about over 2 decades of experience in finance, audit, and compliance experience. He is a certified investment and derivatives auditor. He's a former member of the certified fraud examiners. He's a graduate of Texas A&M leadership. Whoop. And he has his MBA from Sam Houston State, all of which has been verified.
Amen.
And he will be helping with tonight's presentation on the state of the city's finances.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Everybody, we're gonna be in a good place.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, all of that resume, we need a big speech. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Welcome, in all sincerity, welcome, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving now to item 5, citizens participation. Limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council for a limited 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, address, item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you are visiting via telephone. If you are visiting via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, you may press the microphone icon on the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, there is a podium and a microphone at the center aisle. Ms. Lott, is the clock working today?
Yes, sir.
Your time will be to my left and to your right. And when your name is called, you will be heard. Let's remember, this is America, and we have First Amendment rights. And so there's a limit to what we can condemn. But let us also remember, as Americans, we ought endeavor to be respectful in our commentary toward one another. We can express our opinions without hurting one another or attempting to hurt one another. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Anybody wishing to speak?
No persons online. Let's get to those that are here before us today. Mrs. Carol Johnson. Welcome, Ms. Carol. Name and address for the record.
Carol Johnson, 2808 Fannin Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. We have asked and asked and asked for forensic audits to be done to find out where all the money's gone, because it definitely hasn't been spent on this city. So glad to see you here.
Also, welcome to the new city manager. Hopefully you're permanent, because I like what I've been hearing from you too. So welcome. And that's basically what I wanted to talk about. You know, I know since at least 2013.
Ms. Carol, Mike, put the microphone closer to, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I know that since at least 2013 that this city has been dealing with bankruptcy. That's why I live here now, because everything went cheap and I bought. I have real estate here, rental properties as well as my own property. And so for this to be something that's new should not be surprising to anybody. We have been struggling with the financials here for a while, and we have asked over and over and over again for a forensic audit to find out where this money has gone. There's only one person who has been here for the whole entire time of this problem. So hopefully we can find out where it's went. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Robert Mishtich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mitchell, 24 North Carolina, Lamarck. Mr. Ferguson, welcome. Ms. Holly, here a while back, I talked to you about the general fund balance ledger, and it's still on the website, showing an 8% drop in our revenues from property taxes. And that is a very, very misleading statement. You gave me some doublespeak that it was being compared to some false numbers from the year before that were overinflated. Well, if so, correct those. But we've been up about 7% year over year. And so we don't need to mislead the public like we're down 8%. That's wrong. Also, I asked you about the meetings from the GLO and nothing. I'm still not hearing anything. Now I can go back to the GLO and get it, but it'd be great if it came from your office. We need transparency, and we're not getting that. You know, we need the transparency. I wished you'd have published some of those numbers that I put out. Anyway, we have a problem, and I put some suggestions on the city website, and they're on the comments on the page. You can pull them off of there, because until you change some of the culture and policies and practices that have been going on, we can raise taxes, but we'll be right back in the same shape that we're in if we don't change what's happening. And one of those things is open records. You know, I'm not speaking of this lady here, of this clerk, but we can't get them. And that seems to a lot of people that that's a cover up. I have a question for you, Mr. Newton. A couple of them. Have you ever solicited the Texas Municipal League on behalf of an employee to sue on their behalf, to sue a city councilman? You don't have to answer me. And have you ever solicited them again to sue on behalf of another employee on a city councilman? That could be construed as trying to quiet somebody's voice. That could be construed as cover up. You're on some very dangerous ground. Think about what you're doing. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Travis Perthes. Hello, Mr. Travis. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
On LMTV in Texas City, been here like 15 years. My name's Travis.
Mr. Travis, make sure you, the microphone. There you
All
go.
right,
Thank you.
I was told that the people were gonna speak after y'all did y'all's meeting, so I didn't quite get what I was gonna say down. But I was pulled over on a bicycle, no bicycle light, like 50 yards from my house. On the most dangerous day to be on the road, at the most dangerous time to be on the road. Labor Day weekend, Saturday night, 10 PM to 1 PM or 1 AM. They needed 3 officers, 3 squad cars, a K9 unit, and it's just a joke. This town's a joke. And I don't know if it's comes from the top down or what, but you know, these cops and their ego. I hear the city council wants to put them in front of the people whenever they want to speak their grievances now. And it's just sad. And I wish I had more to say right now, but I don't. But y'all be hearing from me. I'll be back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Travis. Ms. Haley Winkleman. Welcome, Ms. Haley. Name and address for the record, please.
Use my weird walk. My foot is asleep. Okay. I'm Haley. Everyone knows where I live. Most everyone knows me here by now. Sorry, I didn't realize the press was gonna be here today, or I would have gotten dressed up, but I've had a lot going on. So I did pass out a packet to everyone. And today we're gonna go ahead and talk about the petitions, and we're gonna talk about them out here in front of everybody. Okay, on top of that packet is the Secretary of State website printout for petition requirements. Note on there, date of birth or VUID column, the date signed column requirement, and the full address, including city, state, and zip requirement. And the next set of documents right there, that is the actual election code printed out for you. And note, middle of the second page there, it was last changed in September 2021. Everything I'm talking about today with these petitions happened after September of 2021. And realistically, the changes to the requirements as far as like the columns and the formatting was done back in 2005. I did research that and I can provide that if y'all would like it. So the next set of pages right there, those are the tax rollback petitions. Guess what? The addresses aren't right. Now, the forms are formatted correctly because they use a template that is not provided by the city. That's the only reason that all the columns are there. But also note that that was all done in October of 2021, after September. Okay, let's all go to the next set of documents. Those are the recall petitions for Ms. Yancey. These were done by Kiera in our city clerk's office. According to the charter, you do have to use the petitions provided by the city clerk's office. Despite being printed in September of 2022, these petitions are missing the date of birth column, VUID column, the date signed column, and the addresses are also incomplete. Also note the way the registered voter column was used, that last column there on the paper. Okay, so now we're going to flip again and we're going to move to the first set of petitions provided to me by the city. Note that none of these have a VUID or date of birth column or a date column. I ran out of time, but I'm going to email y'all the rest of it because this is incompetence and it's unacceptable. And it was all done
Yes, ma'am.
after the code was changed.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. Mr. James Ross.
James Ross, 404 Avenue D. I'm here to speak about whatever the state of the city and the budget is. I've been going through old minutes, everything. Remember last year when we were talking about the wastewater treatment plant, or excuse me, Westward subdivision stormwater improvement. We had originally said to do it out of the CO bond. When it came to us the second time, it's been updated. And the ordinance was signed for the CO bond, but we were asked to take the money out of ARPA. So I'm asking that if we as a city can get one updated ARPA funds, what's going on with that? Because everybody, even when I was sitting up there, we've asked for that for months. Two, if we can look into, is the money coming out correctly the way it should have been? Because we asked for a CO bond, but they tried. Former Public Works Director, former city manager, tried to get us to, in the second reading, to get in ARPA funds. Thank goodness Mr. Osteen caught it, and we talked about it during that second meeting when it was brought up. And I am right now looking into funds that were distributed under the $25,000 limit from January 1 of 2022 till present. So no, those numbers will be coming to you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mrs. Laura Devine. Welcome, Ms. Laura. You are welcome too, James. I'm sorry. Name and address for the record.
Laura Devine, 1406 Mary Lane. And I wasn't planning on coming to talk, but while I was here, I thought I needed to cover a few things. I am so glad you're here and had the time to talk with you a couple of times that we've had. And welcome. You have your hands full, both of you. I do want to start off by saying that our finances, our policies need to be really looked at, reviewed. Just from my experience from College of the Mainland that I had going to conferences, and how you handle travel, how you handle budget. There may be some policies, procedures that need to be reviewed and need to be corrected. Secondly, let's just get all on the same boat. Y'all are affecting our citizens, our residents. We are in the middle of hurricane season. And if we have a major catastrophe like Harvey, we're in trouble, y'all. Whether or not, whatever Merriman said, to be prepared, or are we going to have to go to another city and ask them for help, you know, because we don't have the monies. On a good note, I want to say I have worked with Chief Merriman on some code compliance. I want to thank you, Chief. I met with him last Monday. There have been changes to the request tracker that have made things better. We discussed there still needs to be a loop, complete the loop. Citizens need to know that when things are moved over. So I discussed that with Chief Merriman. He's working on it. Several things in my neighborhood, the trash, the limbs. So I'm working with, so I want to thank Chief Merriman and our code compliance. Lastly, if we don't get our finances, how on earth are we going to allow a building for our police station? And they deserve that. If any of y'all want to go work there for 8 hours, y'all would get your stuff straight here in the city. And y'all know that. Y'all been down there. It's disgusting what our officers and our citizens have to put up with when they go down there. I don't like going in there. It has a lot of issues with it. And our employees don't deserve that. Our police don't deserve that. So I ask y'all, I came the last time and gave y'all some Bible verses, and I'm reiterating, y'all need to work together and quit working against each other, because this is who y'all are affecting. So I thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. All we have for citizens' request. Let's move now to minutes. Gus? If you don't, that's fine? Yes. Well, thank you, sir. Item 6, council. 6-1, regular city council minutes, 8/25/2025. 6-2, regular city council minutes, 7/28/2025. 6-3, regular city council minutes, 4/8/2024. I will entertain a motion, council.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any corrections, additions, or omissions to these 3 items? Any corrections? Mayor Pro Tem.
If you give me a moment, I did have a
I see you,
question.
I see you.
Yes,
thinking. I see you thinking.
It's the machine's
The
thinking.
machine's thinking.
My mind's faster than the machine.
Well, we know that about you, Joe.
But it doesn't seem to be getting there. Well,
Do you
I'll
want,
come back.
will that question change how you vote on this? Because I can go back and revisit.
No, it won't change.
We'll vote when you're ready. I can bring this back up. How about that?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
that'll-
Let's go ahead and vote, council, and then when Mayor Pro Tem gets his information, we'll revisit. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, council. Council, at this time, we will move from item 7, item 8, move through item 9. I believe this is the reason that many of us are here. I believe this is the reason that many of us are here. Item 9-8. Without objection, we will get right into it. Item 9-8, 2024-2025 fiscal year regarding an update on the 2024-2025 budget for the city of Lamarck, Texas. I yield the floor to Ms. Barbara Holly.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And this is when Worth is earning his money. We have a red folder that will have some of the background information for you. And I will wait until you get that so that I can then go over it. Can you put that on? And then go to page 2.
And there's also a presentation simultaneously, correct?
Yes, sir.
So those of you that are here in person and those that are at home, what we were just handed, you can view on both of those screens. And certainly you ought to be able to see that as at home as well, Ms. Holly.
Yes, sir. So in the last 5 weeks since I started in the 1 week that Worth has been here, we've spent a lot of time going over the finances and came up with some fairly sobering conclusions. And I wanted to start with, where are we now? And that's the bank balances. So I think Mr. Osteen was very clear that that's something that the council should be getting. The first one that we have up there is Texas First Bank. That is the account where all of our checks are drafted out of. So essentially, it has all of our operating funds. You have the Library Memorial credit card account is actually where we bring in our water revenues. That currently has $270,000. We have the drug seizure account. The consolidated account is where the general government is funded. That has $865,000 in it right now. And EDC has $294,000. Employee benefits has $360,000, and a grant account has $399,000. The consolidated is roughly healthy because we moved $1 million in a week and a half ago, in order to make debt payments, which we had to stop because we had over $1 million in outstanding checks. So of our 4 creditors that get our bond payments, one of the payments has been made, and we're waiting on the other $750 so that we don't bounce checks. On the second page, this is our investment account, and this is our main investment account. The general fund currently has $1.2 million in it. The Economic Development Corporation has 8.4 million. The City of Lamarck Revitalization, that to my understanding was set up by a former mayor for blight, but it's overseen by the Economic Development Corporation, has 1.68 today. And then the Library Memorial Fund has 1.3. And we've got COs from 2016, that would be 273,000. The 2018 COs, which also includes the 2 million that would have the police station, has 2.7. And then the lease purchase has just over $9,000. If you'll go to the next one. So when we look at the, I'm sorry, go back one. But when we look at the general fund account, this is where you would expect to see general government. So that would be police, fire, just administration. What ended up happening is everything was rolled up into that account. Our tax receipts, our debt service, our utility payments, hotel motel tax, and our savings account, which is our fund balance or our 90-day reserve, was put into one ball of wax. And then it was all spent down to the $1.2 million. So we should have 5 million in the 90-day reserve. We should have, it looks like about, it was it 3 million for the hotel motel that we should have. We should have, we'll see those in later slides. All of those ought to be segregated so that there's no chance that you're making a mistake in how you're spending it. We've talked to the auditor. He said it's also been a long-standing finding on the audits. The other investment accounts that we have are Tex Pool, Texas Class, and we will look at those momentarily. In the fiscal 24-25 budget year, the expenses were budgeted at $20,685,000. And I know Mayor Pro Tem had asked this, if you want to figure out how much it costs to run a city, you take that number and you divide it by 365. It is not a difficult calculation to come up with. And so in the current budget year that we're in, it's $59,413 per day to run this city. So when you're doing the accounting and you're doing the financing, for every day that you're open, you would need to have 59,000. And then you want the 90-day of reserve, and you want your debt payments separate, and you want hotel motel separate, and you want the payments coming in for the water side, which is a completely different fund, separate. Because in both your charter and state law, staff should not be moving money between our enterprise fund, which is your water, sewer, solid waste, without council approval. It requires council approval. So to put that all together is not a wise way to go about it. When we talk to the auditor, who has given us a much grimmer picture since we provided you the draft audit, they said that you ended 23-24 with a negative, unrestricted general fund balance. That's unheard of. That means you did not have 90 days. You had negative days in your savings account a year ago. And as an aside, they'll be here at the next meeting to review the audit, which now has multiple findings. It would have been good to know this earlier. If you'll go to the next one. Our next investment account is DWS, where the general fund has 694,000 in that. Is that restricted?
That is everything combined. Yeah.
Okay. So again, the same thing. It's got everybody's numbers in there.
When it says general fund, the way the cash accounts are set up.
Can you come to have a, yeah, thank you.
I'll provide some clarification for that. So whenever you see on any of these slides, it says general fund, what that is on the cash side, right? So whenever we're talking about funds, there's two sides. There's the book accounting side and the cash side. On the cash side, everything has been rolled together into a single account. So whenever you're spending enterprise funds for your water projects, whenever you're spending, general operating expenses, anything for hotel, motel, all of that is coming out of that same general fund on the cash side. This means on the cash side, you are not able to determine each of those individual balances and the state of each of those, right?
Let him finish his answer.
So
You can finish, Mr. Stokes.
okay, so that's the cash side. On the accounting side, they are split up into individual funds. We, at the current moment, cannot validate the numbers in each of those funds because there has not been a reconciliation for this fiscal year done. And so without that, it's impossible to validate the numbers that are on the accounting side. We've given you all some of that, but we also did ask Chris saying that we can't speak to its validity. That is one of the things that we will work on in the future when I've been here more than 5 days. But we just kind of wanted to clarify that. The other thing to note is a lot of these other things you're seeing, these are former capital projects funds, whether it's the COs, the 1998 water board, sewer rehab. These can only be spent on very specific prescribed when that obligation is made expenses, and it's always capital. It's never running the city. It's always, building a police station or fixing infrastructure with the water plant or whatever is prescribed in those funds. So those, even though some of those have some money in them, that is not money we can touch for continuing to run the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you can hang out close to that, because so our next slot, if can we hold
Just
You wanna
the
hold-
questions and yet let us
Yeah.
go through this and then
I can't write my questions fast enough, though.
on the next account is text pool. That's another one of our high interest accounts. The general fund has 532,000. The 2,000 COs has 326. EDC has $1.4 million in that account. And is that general fund restricted?
That again is the pool,
Okay,
just like all the others, right? That has all your restricted and your unrestricted all bound
okay.
together.
Next one. The next is Texas class, which fortunately this was kept segregated. We have 2.9 remaining of the $4 million in ARPA funds. The Lamarck EDC has 233,000 in this account. And the tax increment reinvestment zone for Omega Bay has 489,946 in that account. As we were, next slide, please. You did it. As we were looking at what we could pay, when could we pay our debtors, we had to look at what have we written checks for, which is $616,000. Then through some really heroic efforts that Mr. Ferguson and his staff did, they found that we had checks that dated back to 2016. And they were able to find out those checks that were over 90 days old was $203,000 that were just still sitting out there as if we still needed to pay it. And then we have bond payments that we still need to pay once we get the answer from the council tonight of $673,000.
One more quick note.
Every day that goes by, our bills are increasing. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
this is as of Friday. So expenses that came in over the weekend, and expenses that came in today and are continuing to come in are not included in these numbers. These are past expenses.
Next. And the cash flow issue is, again, Mr. Ferguson and his staff have gone together and they said, how much money do we typically spend or bring in the months September through December, because we need to be comparing apples to apples. The majority of our money is going to come in January through March because we get the bulk of our property tax revenue. So we're going to be getting $7 to $8 million, but that comes in pretty much one lump sum that comes in from all the various property owners. So in Fund 1, we spend more than we bring in $994,000. So that's the general fund. In Fund 2, we spend $306,000 more per month than we bring in. And then the remaining funds, that's going to be hotel motel or whatever else we have out there, we would overspend by 181. What that means is you bring your money in the beginning of the year, you hold on to it, and then you slowly meter it out when you're not bringing in the money. Because our consistent source of revenue right now is sales tax. That's running about $500,000 a month. One more. So our summary is we have 1.2 to run the government in logic. Texas First Bank has 889,000. Tex Pool has 532. DWS has 694,000 for a total of 3.3. The checks are debt owed and restricted funds. We have $820,000 in checks. We owe $673,000 in debt. We need to refurbish the hotel occupancy tax, which right now has nothing in it, of 447, and we need to replace the water revenues of 3.2, which means that we need to come up with 5.1 million, and that means we're upside down for all available cash, $1.7 million.
Again, one quick clarification. That 1.7, that would be the what would actually be in the general fund. So like if we had all the funds separated out like they should be, our general fund would be negative 1.7.
Negative.
Yes, which obviously is not ideal.
So what we wanted to concentrate on today is I needed to give you the factual background that you should have been getting every single month. You should be getting your bank balances, you should be getting your check registers, you should be getting this data. And by charter, which I have in your packet, it's the finance director who is required to provide that information to you. What we want to do as we move forward is it's very easy to look at who to blame, but it is counterproductive. There will be time to use Mr. Ferguson's expertise to do those type of forensic audits that you would need to have done. That is if you discover fraud. Nobody has discovered fraud. The auditors have not discovered fraud. He has not discovered fraud. I have not, and I can guarantee if we do, we will turn it over to law enforcement. Right now, it just looks as if it's not simple. The revenues were not budgeted accurately. You were not bringing in what you needed. And then the expenses were not being met, meaning you were way overspending on expenses. So I wish that we had had enough time that we could say, you could pick one of option A, one of option B, one of option C. But because we're so tight and we're at the end, we need everything. We need a tax increase. We're going to need a multi-prong approach that Mr. Ferguson is going to go through. We need all of it. And that's to keep the lights on in Lamarque. Because the other option is that we don't. And that's a very serious, this community would go away. And so I'm hoping that we can refrain from any kind of whose fault is it. We can definitely get there. I can tell you that neither I or Mr. Ferguson had anything to do with it. It did not require a forensic audit to find this. I've been here 5 weeks. He's been here 1 week. We were able to pull that data together for you to give you the facts, but we really need to work on a solution. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ferguson again, who comes, thank God. I know that the fire chief said that sometimes the man upstairs brings the people that you need when you need them. And I think that that is exactly what's happened here. So if Mr. Ferguson, if you could take it from here.
Sure. Echoing what Ms. Holly said, tonight is not about the past. Past has happened. We are aware of it. We can deal with it if the council wants at a later date. Tonight is entirely about today, forward. And that's where we're going to focus, because that's where the focus needs to be if we want to continue being a city. So we have a quick outline in front of you of how we see the problem and how we want to break it down. So we see it in 3 steps. They are the step today. Just make sure we have the money to pay our bills that are already due. Step 2 is make sure we can fund with cash month to month through December, right? We don't have any property tax coming in between now and December, right? So there's no mass revenue coming in. We already know our expenses are going to be more than our revenues. That's why we showed y'all that other slide that went through what those normal months look like. And then the third is how do we guarantee stability starting next year and going forward? Once we have stability, then we can introduce growth and all the other things, but we got to get stability first. So that's the pronged approach we're going to go with, right? Solving those 3 items. Next slide. The first thing is, and this speaks to both the month-to-month solution and the stability, is to increase taxes to the voter-approved rate, the rate that y'all were at 3 years ago, I believe. So this is the 45.2161 cents. That's a 33.6908 in M&O, and that's the only part we're actually increasing from the previous one that y'all had talked about. The INS, which is our debt repayment piece, stays the same. The reason we need to increase M&O is, as the cash shows, we have bills. We need something to pay those bills, right? And as always, in future years, we can continue to talk about what options exist then, but this is about solving the issue now. Next slide. The next piece, and we do not have exact numbers on this piece, but we need to do an increase in the utility rates. I don't have an exact what that increase would look like yet. I need time to calculate what that needs to be. We would make sure that not only is the council aware and approves it, but that we do it in a way that, you know, has the least effect on seniors, the biggest effect on giant corporations, you know, tier it out in that way. I can say that this is also not only to bring in extra revenue to help rebuild the enterprise fund that was depleted as part of this, but also, I don't know if y'all are aware, but the water authority where we buy our water from is increasing rates and anticipated 20% this year and next year. And there is a potential for a cash call, which is a one-time large cash payment. So we need to make sure we've got funds to cover that as well. So that is also what this is there to address. Next slide. All right, now we get into the other pieces. So there are 2 short-term loan options that are available to us. The first, and these would bring in cash quickly, right, to help cover that month to month to get through December piece. The first is an emergency loan. This would be taking a loan against the expenses we have already paid out for Beryl. Right, FEMA has not reimbursed us. Those expenses have been paid. We have not gotten that reimbursement yet. This loan would be a loan against that eventual repayment. Because we can't guarantee FEMA would repay it to us, because you never can guarantee those things. It would have to be written with a tax repayment as a fallback option in case FEMA never repays. That's the legal way those things have to be done. Next slide. So the next option is a short-term loan against our future taxes, right? We have 7 to 8 million coming in property tax next year. We can take a short-term loan on a portion of that, bring those funds in earlier, right? To again, help us get through that first piece. This type of loan is required to be paid back in 1 calendar year of once you take it out. So it is a short-term loan with a short-term repayment, right? This is not something we can bleed out over years, but it would help us get through those first 4 months too when the property taxes come in. If we do this one, we would have to make adjustments to the budget for next year to account for the fact that we then have to repay the loan. Next slide. So this next one is working with the EDC Revitalization Board to work out a borrowing of funds from the Revitalization Fund to help us get through the short-term period. At which point we will, come to an MOU, an interfund transfer. Again, y'all will be able to see that. It was some sort of small interest rate paid over some period of time. Again, that's a negotiation that would have to happen between us and the EDC board. Next slide. Grants. I know we love grants. I love grants. I can't find a grant in a week that will solve this problem. But we can make sure that we have people continually looking for any kind of grant that can help in the future increase stability, right? Every grant you bring in allows you to not have to pay for that out of general fund, right? And pay for it through the grant. Next slide. And this is the kind of like the final fallback piece, which is working with the EDC for some sort of loan on their funds, as they have a healthy balance because they have not put themselves in the same situation that the city has. Again, the specifics of this would require us working with the EDC, figuring out exactly what we can and can't do and how that would look. This is a kind of more complicated option than the revitalization fund one, but this is also an option. And the last piece of this, and this is a piece we hope that y'all appreciate, is over the next 4 months, we are going to review every single expense that has occurred in 2025 and determine if that expense was paid out of the correct fund or could be paid out of one of our COs or ARPA or any of those. Any payment that is that way, we will then be able to move the funds from those dedicated funds to the general fund to repay the general fund, thus helping bring cash in. Unfortunately, this is not a thing that can be done in a day. This is something that takes time to go through each one. So that is something we will be working on as well. So that is the plan.
Okay.
All the different parts, all the different pieces, they all fit together to allow us to solve all 3 layers of that problem, right? We want to make sure that the solution isn't one that I'm back up here in a year saying it's a little better, but we still need better and more. I want to be able to come up to you and say, we have stabilized, right? We may not be in a great position, but we are stable. And that's where we're trying to reach. And that's what the plan is built to do, is to get us to that point. And if you approve the plan, we can get there. And then we just kind of like to end on a little soliloquy of, we know this plan will work. So if you approve the plan, you can be the council that saves Lamarque. If you don't and don't do anything, it's very likely you will be the council that ends Lamarque, because there aren't other options. And we can answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Joe, did you want to do?
Yeah, just some clarity.
Sure.
They, and I asked Ms. Holly this, and you're the one that ultimately, I think, has been trying to track this down. In the response to the findings in the last audit,
Yes.
it says, talks about, maybe your explanation maybe clarified a little bit, but it specifically says here that these are in these banks. This was dealing with collateralized deposits, it said. And it said during the procedure performed over the city's cash balances, we noted that the city holds over 900,000 with PNC Bank through Stewart Title. Have you reached out to Stewart Title?
That is part of EDC's funds.
That's
can-
EDC.
That is an escrow account that is
That's the
part of
the railroad.
active litigation. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That clarifies that because it's not clear in here. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay. All right. But to be clear, now, I'm gonna ask my second question here
Sure.
now to follow up. I have an idea of 1.8 million is what we need on a monthly basis to meet our bills. 1.8 million. So you're suggesting if we go out and seek any of these, the loans, the short-term
Yes.
loans, what's the amount you're looking at?
So it would be a combination of all of them, because different ones provide different advantages. Some it's speed, some it's interest rate, some is just,
I think he just
Funding.
wants the overall amount.
Oh,
We'd be
Yeah,
looking for
I
about
want
$3
the- I
million.
want the
Yes,
overall
sorry.
amount.
Yeah, about
Keep
3
it
million.
simple for-
about 3 million, 3.5 at the high end, but we're anticipating 3 million.
Okay, so a loan of 3 million, plus in your calculations, you're anticipating a cash inflow monthly of approximately, I'd ask Ms. Holly, but I think, is there a change of about maybe $600,000 a month that we have coming in?
We have the,
Yes.
we have
Sales
the sales
tax.
tax of 500,000 and then all the other, the fees and everything add up a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
On top of
Okay.
that.
So, and the sales tax is all unrestricted, so we can use that at general.
Correct.
The other, my concern is the other, that may be restricted.
It is.
It may be court, it may be hot, it may be other
Yes, sir.
things. So you're representing to me as part of this plan that your effort is to go ahead and clear up this eliminate this pooling that has been going on, that, by the way, has been previously reported to us, I want to say. It was bragged about, honestly. And I had concerns then. But you're representing to us that now, for the first time, we're going to go ahead and separate out our hot tax into a hot tax account.
Yes.
Our impact, by the way, the impact fees that were reported, they were also in this pooled account, correct? All right.
Correct, yes.
So we're gonna have to.
Yes, the plan is, over the next year is to work fund by fund to go back to however far I have to go back to find a valid starting balance. Redetermine what the current balance should be by going back through all expenses, through however many years that is. Determine that amount, and then we will break that amount into its own cash account and fund that cash account at that number.
Okay.
And then that way we will do that fund by fund by fund. We will start with the smaller funds because cash is an issue, so I don't want to try and split out the bigger funds at the beginning, but we will go through fund each one of those, fund them out at the amount they should be, and then in perpetuity after that, they will be their own account, their own balances. There will be no intermingling, and there will be no pooling of cash. So you will not end up in a situation where, unbeknownst to y'all, because y'all were not informed, your unrestricted general fund has essentially borrowed almost $2 million against all your other funds, which is the situation right now.
And this is my last question, just for the moment, just some clarity on your presentation. Ms. Holly, I don't see it on today's agenda, but as soon as possible, it is my hope that you're bringing back an agenda item to go ahead and add Mr. I already forgot, sorry.
Ferguson.
Mr. Ferguson as the additional signatory on all of these accounts.
Yes,
that
sir.
you can accomplish everything.
He-
you set out to do.
The state has now changed how long it takes to get an item on the agenda. He was hired past that deadline. So on the next agenda, they have that on there, but we could not have put it on this agenda and met state standards.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, so
it's
that'll
coming.
be next. All right,
Yes.
very good. That's all I have for the time being.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yes, I do have some, welcome,
Thank you.
welcome. I do have some questions and some concerns based on what you have said and what you have shared with us. One of my concerns is that we waived almost $400,000 for a school that if we had known this was happening, we might not have waived. So that's a concern. I'm also concerned because we have asked for quite some time now Because I don't want you to tell us anymore. I want to see it for myself.
That's
I
why we
would-
provided you all the bank statements,
Right.
all this. We broke down how to add all up. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to see it because this is, to be quite honest with you, quite shocking. Based on what you have recently shared, I have been on this council since 21. We've never had a problem with our auditors until now. And that is a concern. So I want to make sure, one of the things that I did notice in the budget is that we are about 400,000 short with our game rooms. That's an issue because that pays certain salaries as well. The other thing that I've noticed is that we have not received reimbursements from Uri. We have not received all our reimbursements from Ike. And we still have not gotten that reimbursement from Borough. So would you look into that
Yes, ma'am.
to let us know? Because that's 3 million, pretty much. If
Yes,
Robert
ma'am.
Duff we paid them $1 million. What I would like to see is how much has been paid out from January until now, if we could see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Fresh eyes always find new things, especially when it comes to finances. We are not going to be a city that's going to fail. That's not
good.
even in our vocabulary.
We don't want that either.
Right. So, but the other thing that the rental registration is also a way for us to recoup, because both of those two things that when we had our budget workshop, they were substantially down. Now we've had some changes in that area because it went from being a department by itself to now under fire. I do want to look at our police contract and our overtime. So let's see if that is an issue that we need to look at. Because we will have a fire station. We're going to do what we can. I'm sorry, fire station. Police station. Thank you. They got there. Police station. But in all seriousness, no one wants to raise taxes. People are struggling.
I don't want to tell you
Yeah.
that you have to do that either, but
I
I also
know.
want,
This is a tough economy.
I-
It's a tough, and you heard the audience when they moaned about utility rates. It's a tough time.
it is.
So we need to dig.
And
and-
we will, I
Yeah.
promise we will dig for every
And-
penny we can, but
Mhm.
I can't guarantee what we will find.
Right. And I know you need it now. So I'm not trying to say that we
Yes.
wait. Because it sounds like we do need it now to make sure. I do want to also ask about attorney fees and how much we have paid out because the Railroad Commission, that's been an 8-year ordeal. So, and I know we want to move forward. I believe that because faith looks forward.
Yep.
Right? And winners look forward. But what I'm trying to say is what we need to do is create some safeguards so this won't happen again.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we don't have administrative duty, so we can only go on what you show us. But I do know former Councilman James Osing has been basically saying you need to see it for yourself.
Yeah.
And now I understand why he's been saying, I know since I got on council, we've asked for it. We didn't always get it, but I think that the residents are going to demand it. Just at least, if so we can be able to say, because I hear what you're saying. There's no fraud. We get that. I hear what you're saying that we overextended. What I would like to know, because this is an issue that has been brought up at TML, because people have been concerned about SB2 and what that has done to cities that don't have large tax bases. So could you do
Yes, ma'am.
a deep dive into the impact of SB2? And for our audiences, the SB2 law, what that does, because you all notice how everybody's taxes went up substantially. So before you may have 20% of residents would go and protest their taxes. Now you have 45% of people are going to protest their taxes because they're so high. So if for example, if the city, if your budget is say $21 million, so the city budgeted on 17 million because you don't know what you're going to get from property taxes and who's going to protest.
Yeah.
But now because of SB2 and there's no local cap, you might not can do 17 million on a $21 million budget. You might have to do a lot lower because so many are going to
So
protest.
that's part of the budgeting process is going through all the pieces and
Right.
always anticipating a conservative
Right.
return.
But this is what we have been hearing from other cities to be careful for. And I just want to make sure we do a deep dive so we can educate our residents on the importance of voting and who you vote for at the state legislature. Because these type of laws impact cities that look like Lamarck, that we don't have a strong tax base. But we're trying to change that. That's why we've been encouraging businesses to come in, because there's only two ways that people make money. That's the city makes money, property tax and sales tax, and of course, grants that you may get. That's it. And so if people protesting their property taxes, then you're getting less than what you thought. And so we want to make sure, and you said not to place blame, I understand that. But we want to make sure that we protect ourselves in this new season of SB2.
Yes. And again, we're happy to talk about anything in the past at a later date.
Right,
But we really want tonight to stay focused on
going forward.
going forward.
And you're saying raise taxes and get a short-term loan.
Raise taxes, get a short-term loan, work with all of our expenses, make sure they are capitalized and accounted for correctly, cashed out correctly. Work with the EDC to work with some funding options there. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir. One of the things that I'd like to look into is making sure that everybody's paying. I know we waived a few $100,000 for the school district, rightfully so. And but make sure that all the developers are paying their fair share. I think that's going to be shocking. Game rooms, the game rooms were rated by the FBI and the Galveston County Task Force. That's not something that maybe in the future we should not count on those funds, because you never know what kind of operations are going on, if they're nefarious or whatnot. So maybe for future, don't even count those funds in case they get raided and they're by the FBI and they're, bribing politicians and stuff like that. In the case that those 14 game rooms that got raided, what happened with them? And I would also like to see attorney fees. That's one of the open record requests that I've submitted several times and I never got an adequate answer. It was just left open. So that would be great if I could see that too. That's it.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
That leaves you and I.
You got it.
Did you want to go?
I have one more item.
Sure.
Because it's still outstanding in going through my lists of things I've said over the years on this. It's a long. We still, as a council, and I haven't heard anything from you, and it was an audit finding, we've had this unfortunate practice of the city of not putting a limit of maximum time that you can earn for years for vacation and accrued time.
That is something that we are going to bring to the council at a future date.
Okay, good.
We have not had time to fully
But
figure
my
that out.
question, all right, I'm glad to hear that, but my question is, we've already accrued certain liabilities there. And I'm
Yes.
looking for a number on that,
We
because
can-
that still is unfunded liability.
Correct. That is an unfunded liability and it is not small.
Okay, so that's all.
So I would venture to say that we're at a juncture, council, where we are going to have to govern. And we need to bring forward solutions and not critiques or innuendos. Mr. Ferguson, it's almost like the chickens have come home to roost.
You could articulate it that way, yes.
When we spend the majority of our time attacking one another, who's minding the store? Who's watching to ensure? It's easy to make accusations, but it is extremely difficult for us to govern and to look in the numbers. The hardest thing it is about being a council member is to find solutions to problems. It's easy. I think Ms. Holly was saying this, and I'm articulating this in a different way. It's easy to say you did it. It's hard to look past that to find solutions. So let's talk a little bit about solutions. Let me say that before I get into this discussion with you about tax rate. My friend Joe Compion, Ms. Yancey, have both at different times have requested, with my support, a monthly financial report. Is that something that we should expect?
Yes, so going forward, there will be multiple financial reports that will come in. So you'll get remember we talked about earlier, there's a cash side and there's a accounting book side. You will receive both pieces of information so you can keep track of both. Also, we will reconcile between the two so we know exactly what that works. You'll also get check registers. And then if there is anything else you want, if it is in my power to do, we will do it. I can also let you know, as of 10/1, we are migrating to a new accounting system. This is something y'all approved in the past. OpenGov is the system. OpenGov is a system I have worked in previously, so I am familiar with it. One of its features that is very valuable is there is a section in it on reporting where I can give the council access to go in and look at any report that I can build, which is slightly limited, but should be more than enough to cover most of what y'all are looking for. And you can see that on a what I describe as live-ish basis. So it's always the end of the day before, right? It's not live to the minute, but it's live to the previous day. And y'all will have access to that 24/7.
And Mr. Mayor, what you're asking for is a requirement in your charter for the finance director to provide to you.
I totally concur with that, Ms. Holly. I'm trying to ask this question in a way that we're looking forward.
Yes.
And so should this council expect you, because I didn't know that you were not the interim. I didn't know anything I met you just today, isn't that right? You met him today as well? So should we expect you and then whoever comes after you, if we are still here, to provide us a monthly financial report?
You absolutely should. There's no reason someone can't do that. I will throw out one small caution. What I provide for the next few months until I've had time to go in and actually ensure that all the accounting side pieces are right will come with asterisks of based on what I have, this is what the numbers are. But the cash side will always be accurate and the cash side. I can't unfortunately work a miracle to just pixie dust the accounting book side to make it magically correct in a day. It takes time to go through all of that, determine what everything should be. It's in the correct place. It's in the correct account.
Should we also expect an accurate budget when the budget is presented to us in the summer months, when all budgets are presented to councils all across this state?
You should expect an accurate estimate.
An accurate estimate every
Yes.
time.
Every time.
As part of the information that you would be getting with your financials is also, this is what we budgeted, this is where we are.
Yeah.
So that you also can see that.
By department? By department?
If you would
Yes,
like
sir.
it that way, yes.
Mr. Ferguson, what we're talking about here is you are recommending that this council raise taxes by 6 cents.
Yes, sir.
And that calls for a great deal of trust. We are 5 members who represent 20,000+ residents. If in our homes, if there were issues with finances, before any finances would be taken out of the savings, or before any overtime would be worked by members of that family, there would have had to have been a conversation about how we got here without casting any blame. Let's state the obvious, and hopefully it's the obvious to many of us. This is a council manager form of government. These 5 members have zero, ZERO, administrative duties. And so that means that we have to understand, without naming names or casting blame on any administrations, because you're asking us to represent a people who do not want their taxes to be raised. So talk to us about how we got into this position. I don't care what administration or what person this falls on. We want to talk about simply how we got it.
So I believe the easiest way to explain it is in prior years, revenues have been overstated and expenses have been understated in the budget plan. And then there has not been an adequate level of control on the administrative side, not the council side, the administrative side, to ensure that when expenses are paid, they are paid out of the correct funds, or that we have funding to do them. Again, I've been here a week, so I am working on some level of generality. I have not reviewed enough to speak in depth beyond that level. In the future, I'm very happy to talk about any of those things. But it is as simple as a lack of controls on the expense side, spending on items that we did not have the revenue to cover, and an inaccurate initial presentation of revenues and expected expenses.
So a 6 cents tax increase, how much revenue would that generate?
Roughly $900,000.
You know, I was visiting with Ms. Holly one day when she presented her budget. I have never seen a budget higher than $20 million. And I thought I said that to you. I said, Ms. Holly, we're at $23 million. I said it in a good way. You know, I didn't criticize your budget, and thought it was a good budget. But that number struck me, that we were at $23 million. If we didn't raise taxes, if this council didn't vote to raise taxes, we would have to find $900,000 is what you're saying to us tonight.
Correct.
It's more than that, and we've got our bond counsel here. That 900,000 also gives us the opportunity to do some of the short-term loans against that money, because we're not using that in the next year's budget, and gives us the interest to pay it back.
So it's basically taking that additional 900 and moving it to this year and then repaying it when it comes in next year.
So that it's not just that the 900,000 does not impact us until the next fiscal, but it gives us borrowing capacity.
On the tax rate.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to get Brad? Hello, Brad.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brad Engs with Steeple Public Finance. We serve as the city's municipal advisor. So raising the M&O side of your tax rate by the 6 cents would allow for future additional revenue generation. The key right now is to try and get some cash flow, get some cash into the city's coffers so that you can make your bills, you can get through until those tax collections start to come. And so there's 2 options that have been discussed with you. As far as the note options, the emergency note can be used for some of your past expenditures that were used for hurricane cleanups, et cetera. And then there's this other option, a maintenance tax note, which can be used against your future tax collections that are coming in this coming year. So that would allow us to potentially go out to your investors, your lenders, to get that cash flow today, to be paid back when those property tax revenues come in the future. That assumes, you're also working with EDC, with your different other funding options that are here within the city that hopefully bring together the whole picture. But this is just one piece of it.
So Ms. Holly, you're suggesting, and Brad, it sounds like you're supporting the idea that this tax increase would be more than, it would be $900,000 in revenue, but it will represent more than $900,000.
Yes, sir.
Would you
And
speak to
potential
that?
borrowing capacity. Yes, sir.
Do we know how much more, Ms. Holly?
Well, what we're looking for is the $3 million number. That's what we need to keep everything running until we start getting those tax revenues.
And so if by chance this council does not vote to increase taxes, we would have to, when I say we, not necessarily the council, but you and Mr. Ferguson would have to come up with a plan to cut roughly $3 million out of our budget. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And to Mr. Mayor Pro Tem's point, because of the liabilities that we carry with our leave, that the city currently pays up to 1,000 hours of sick leave, and I'm not sure what we do on vacation, we don't have the funds to pay off our employees if we run out of money. It's a really quick way to hit the wall.
Yeah, if we did a mass layoff to find the money, that would actually cause an instant bankruptcy because our cash flow is not enough to pay our required debt to those employees.
You want to jump in, Jim?
Yes, for clarity, Mr. X. Would the tax increase and the remedy that you're suggesting, would it preserve our plans to proceed forth with the discussion that we've had less than a month ago with regard to our public safety building?
We are squarely focused on getting this cash flow issue taken care of. I think that public safety project is on hold until we get this squared away. I'd suggest it's probably next budget cycle before we can look at that.
So the 1 million that we had authorized for, what did you call it, a tax?
There was direction provided
Yeah.
to start working on a plan of finance for that. We have not, there's no official action taken on that. No, sir.
Okay.
No, and we've asked the architect to hold as well.
And the other item that was, you referenced the reimbursements. And Ms. Holly, you and I have had a lot of discussions on that side, on the reimbursements for the storms. And that's been a little thorn that I've been in my side, and I think all of our sides here, because we get no reports on those. And there is a resource for that, but we haven't effectively utilized her. I would like to hear more from that resource because she's the one that understands where this funding is. And if we're looking for money, we need to utilize her talents to find and make sure that all of our reimbursements have been submitted to the feds to properly get those monies returned. After all, we spent them.
Right.
And so that's something else there on that side.
One thing on that real quick is even if they have been submitted, we are unable in any way to speak to FEMA's timeline on payback.
Some comments, Mayor, just to follow up on what you're saying.
Yeah.
The issue of cities right now in financial distress, and I'll use that term financial distress, is really right now nothing new. I've got article after article that I can show of cities of different sizes here in Texas, including our nearest neighbor here of Galveston, that is submitting a tax increase referendum to, I believe, to its voters as well, as I recall, correct? The challenges are substantial. One of the weaknesses of Senate Bill 2 in terms of, it seemed very logical, right? Oh yeah, cities can just live off of the increases on the appraised value of properties. But what it did not take into account is that to operate a city, any city in Texas, especially where you're paying police departments and fire departments that are operating under collective bargaining agreements, those numbers that are associated with those increases are not limited to the amounts of money being raised by just the amounts that are permitted under Senate Bill 2. So, and you guys have been involved in negotiations. Would you say that's fair, Mayor? And so that just accumulates over years or every 2 or 3 years when you engage in these discussions. So council, just a note I made myself when I said, what are resolutions to TML? Well, that was one of the resolutions I'm working on, is to say, look, this is inaccurate because it's not giving cities an accurate snapshot of their expenses. And so we need some remedies there, legislature. Use your big mouth to help us out instead of telling us what to do. So that's one thing. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is that, Mayor and Council, the process that we're going, and I want to thank, we had a challenge here in terms of what occurred at our management level, our city management level. And I want to thank Council for working with some suggestions that were thrown out about, and Mayor and I have talked about it, bringing back, identifying a competent third-party employer that that could present us someone in the short term with managerial experience. Because I knew, Mayor knew, we all knew that we were not getting it. Everything just didn't make sense. I never went to bed having a warm, fuzzy feeling on this side. And so the level of, and it begins then bringing in a competent, professional public administrator. And Ms. Holly, thank you for that. Because I can say this, and I can say this to all the residents, she's not been shy about saying no. And you know, in my life, that was one of the biggest problems I had, especially when you're working for others. Sometimes when in the legal area, Gus will attach, it's kind of difficult to say no to clients. So in a business as well too, to say no to a client. And so she's been able to say that to us. You can't do this, you can't do this. And so I want to thank you for that. And so it begins with this process that we're going through right now. And the other thing is, so now we have this challenge here. Competent leadership. Thank you for agreeing, and God has blessed us having you aboard. I'm just amazed that I welcome you. If there's anything I can do, I'll carry your suitcase, anything. You just let me know, okay? Because we need to keep you here. I'll make copies for you. I'll make coffee, whatever you need. Just keep you here and focused on this. But my question then too is, I want to make sure that you have competent staff to help you in this effort, because I do want an honest evaluation, or working with the city manager. We're not involved in this, but I want honest evaluations in terms of our staff. Are they competent to do the task that they're being asked to do? Because sometimes I feel we're challenged in that area. So at this point, what we're doing is going through there's a term in the government accounting group association I was looking at, and it's called municipal first aid, a municipal first aid right now. And that municipal first aid begins with the concept of bridge. How are we going to deal with the immediate crises? And you very clearly set forth. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, That's why we broke it down into those three levels, because we felt they were very clear and distinct levels with clear and distinct focus and solutions.
And that's it. It's bridge. And part of that bridge as well too, it's on the agenda here, is I hope council does approve the creation of the finance committee as well, because we need to be working hand in hand in terms of dealing with these issues. Because and every member of council here has followed the charter in terms of we can't give any orders. We can't look at bank accounts, things of this nature, and we go by what you guys are presenting to us and then ask questions. And if we're not getting stuff, the question is, why aren't we getting stuff? So the bridge here is starting. This is how do we deal with the immediate crises? And in that effort, also out of this, I hope that we also come up with reforms. And part of a reform, if we're looking at a tax increase, in my mind, is that I would like, and I think I'm going to be looking at analyzing this and my support for a tax increase with some stipulations. Number one, under reform, is that we raise our homestead exemption allowance. The average home property, the average value of property in Lamarque is $275,000. For years, we kept that at $20,000 is our homestead exemption allowance. I would like to see if we raise that to go up to an additional $20,000, so that our homestead exemption for those who own property in Lamarque is $40,000. And then a plan to ultimately increase that for the next 2 years to a total of $60,000. Ultimately, that's my hope. But let's lay it out right now, understanding, and I have to make this clear, understanding that future councils may change that, but I hope that we take a first step in that direction. The other thing that in this process that I look at in terms of how would I support a tax increase is that we go ahead and stabilize the value of property and freeze that for seniors and the disabled. So these increases are set. They don't impact those that are on that fixed income of their retirement or Social Security or other these fixed income or the disabled. Those are two crucial points there in my mind as I look at a tax increase and use this opportunity to go ahead and engage. I know, Gus, that's not something that we can take action on tonight, but I hope that it's something we have an ability to bring those two things as a follow-up action item as well, and a commitment to do those things. And then the last area of first aid of fiscal or municipal first aid is transform. Let's transform Lamarque. And I've said this, we need to get away from this year by year accounting, year by year budgeting. We need to know where we've been. And we're going to we have to delve into that. But where we've been, the mistakes that we've made, where we're at now, this is where we're at right now live. And then the third thing now is what's the future on our fiscal side. And the future is also a 3-year financial budgeting. Okay, here's what we have and here's our carryover. So I hope that we also use this opportunity to transform what we're doing. And in that budgeting, then we're able to forecast the possibility of increases that are associated with changes in a collective bargaining agreement or changes in the inflation rate, changes in some other pandemic that may occur. But we have those opportunities though. So we have a 3-step here. The first is bridge, what we're talking about now. Second is the reforms that we need, the increases in the homestead and freeze these values for our seniors. Looking at these increases on the utility side, really surprising because council, you all remember those things are shocking to me because we got a report, our last report, that these were all on the plus side.
Right.
They were all on the plus side. So we're not here saying this is that's what was in front of us right here.
Yeah.
And that was one of the first things that I sat down with Miss Holly, please, this is what I'm getting. This is what we're getting. And she said, this is not even, let me look at it. So thank you. Thank you on this side. So Mayor, Council, those are my thoughts in terms of what we're doing. It's not a time to look at who's to blame. There's going to be plenty of time for that. But I think that also needs to be done in this format, not in executive session and up here. Let's have an honest discussion with people like yourself that are experienced and say, here are the issues there. And there'll be plenty of time to that once we do what? The bridge, reform, and transform. Well, that's all I have.
Very good. Anyone else?
Yes, sir, if I may. It's a tough thing to do, and one of the hardest things as a business owner is having to let people go. Even if they're not the best of employees, it's still hard for me anyways. It's extremely difficult. As a business owner, I've seen companies that say pump concrete and they have a sister company. They can't make payroll. No big deal. We got a sister company. Can't make payroll. We got a sister company. Can't make payroll. We got a sister company. And then eventually, 5 years later, they're bankrupt. And I feel like that's what we're doing is we're borrowing money from our sister company, so to speak. And the problem is still here, or the issue is still here. I think that borrowing money is a disservice to the taxpayers because they're being punished for our ability to not hire people appropriately. I just, when I sit here and replay that stuff, it's like watching these other companies borrow the money from the sister company to pay their bills. And in the end, they bankrupt. I've watched it happen several times over the last 10 years I've been here. But I think it's almost a punishment to the citizens for what we haven't done appropriately up here. We've had for 5 years, we've asked for, and I'm not trying to, point fingers or anything, but citizens and council have asked for these monthly reports. And my question, Ms. Hawley, is you've been doing this a long time. How do you get that? How do you, if you can't, if they just won't get it or an open record request, what do we do?
You fire the city manager.
Thank you.
You're not being fired.
You're not going anywhere.
Did you want to say something, Jim?
No, I'm fine.
Gus, help me here. If I'm out of bounds, tell me I'm out of bounds. There's a litigation that has ended or is ending, Gus?
In theory, yes.
In theory, have we considered the ramifications of that ending litigation?
Yes, sir. It's included in the upcoming budget as revenue.
And that doesn't change anything we're talking about tonight.
No, sir.
There was a one-time infusion from a company, sales tax. We were told when we had a joint meeting with the Economic Development Corporation that it was upwards of $1 million. Is that true? Is that still true?
It may be true, but the cash has been spent.
Yeah, to iterate what Worth has been saying, his presentation is based on the cash numbers.
Has anybody, Brad, perhaps this is you, has anybody shared with us what a yearly or monthly increase would look like if this council were to increase the taxes by 6% on perhaps a $150,000 $250,000 home, and a $250,000 home.
Give me just a moment.
I think it's important that we see that, and while we are, did you have that number off the top of your head, Brad?
I do not, sir.
Oh, but you look like you were getting ready to spit it out.
I was going to give you a little bit of historical data points. This council's worked hard to reduce that tax rate. But I think it was just 2 years ago, you're actually above that rate. So just for a little context, even though there is a recommended increase, it's within some of those recent historical numbers. I was also thinking about this earlier. I just wanted to make sure this council knows that this level of an increase is within the amount that the legislature has provided to you as a tool. Y'all were looking at the no new revenue rate, which would have just held it flat, but this is within the type of increase that they allow you for your budget. So it would not have to go through an additional public vote. It's one of the tools available to this council.
Appreciate that, Brad.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ferguson, perhaps you have, well, this wouldn't be you, this would be Ms. Holly.
150,000 is $90 extra a year.
About 250.
I'm doing it right now, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
250.
What is $90 divided by 12?
He gave one.
$7? $7.50 a month?
It's 150 if it's 250,000. That also does not include if the Mayor Pro Tem's idea that we would have a higher homestead exemption. That's if every dollar of that value is taxed with the additional 6 cents.
Yeah, I think perhaps we might, if we were to take that up, we might have to make a resolution to maybe look at that at a later date, if you're saying we would need every dollar. $7.50 a month on a property valued at $150,000. $12.50 a month on a property valued at $250,000.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody in that, Ms. Holly, I guess this is for you. Did you do any, and I'm not saying that you had time to, maybe you didn't have time, but did you do any work for us on what it would look like if we did not increase taxes and you had to cut 3 million? Where would you cut it from? What would you cut?
We looked at it to the extent that if there was a layoff and we had to pay for that, as Mr. Ferguson said, it would put us immediately into bankruptcy because we cannot pay the
Accrued leave.
accrued leave. So we have to be really careful. Now, there could be some strategic cuts that could be by position and not by person, but we could say that we don't need a position. We could do that. But in terms of if you could just go in and do a reduction in force, it appears that that would be a very destructive move to happen to the community.
What about Mr. Ferguson? What number were you thinking about with your idea of a loan from the Economic Development Corporation?
So that would depend on the amount we are able to get in the other areas. They all combine together, and that's kind of the remainder, whatever we don't have.
And there is no way for you to generate $900,000 more in revenue outside of a tax increase.
Off the top of my head right now, I am unable to think of one, but I've also only been here a week, so I have not looked at everything.
A lot of pressure.
But it's what it gives us the opportunity to get the loan. That's part of it. And there could, I mean, if the revenue projections next year, if sales tax, it ends up higher than what we're expecting. I don't know that, I mean, I've seen the federal government do where you can do tax back to the people. If we end up with, hey, things didn't come out as badly you can always return that back to your taxpayers.
Say that to me again. I heard half of that.
If the numbers and if our sales tax went up dramatically, if we got additional revenues that we were not expecting, rather than putting those into the budget, you could then say, okay, we've got this much extra money and divide that out among your taxpayers and send it back. I've seen the federal government do that with tax surplus. You have that, the ability to do that should things turn out rosy.
Yeah.
It is also not a permanent tax increase. It's a tax increase for this coming year. And then as we work on next year's budget, everything can be reconsidered because we'll have, the goal is to be stable and be at a place where we can then have discussions in the future. I'm not promising either one way or another on what those look, but this is not just being clear, it's not a permanent.
It could be a 1-year tax increase, and then it goes back down in year 2.
Go ahead, Jim.
Good. I'll follow up on your questions there. In terms of the short term, in my own finances, I always ask, and it's very simple, and how much cash do I have in the bank? And that's fundamentally what we're talking about. How much cash do I have in the bank? And that's how I can afford it, if I should do this, right?
Mhm.
So, and Mayor mentioned start, which most cities do. Houston, Harris County is talking about this. Others, they usually start with layoffs. And so you reduce your personnel costs. Leadership is to be equitable as well, in my book. Leadership is to be fair. And for me, I don't want to hurt any of our employees to take that step. That's my step. But I do want to visit the city manager and members of council. Do we have the appropriate people? If they're not doing their job, then they're not doing their job. And maybe that is something
I would say that would be a part that we can delve deeply into in the stabilization
It's
phase.
stable on that side.
Yeah.
And then the other item is reduce the capital spending. I'd like to suggest that we need to look at the projects that we have underway. Can we delay them in some fashion, right? Except for the ARPA stuff. ARPA dollars must be spent by the end of next year.
Correct.
All right, so they must be spent by that. So anything else that we are paying for perhaps out of general fund that's not being paid for out of grant dollars that we've received, I would be interested in knowing, is there
Yes.
some way we can delay those?
Yeah, we will look at every project that we have going on, and if it's not being funded by a CO, ARPA, or a grant, we will let y'all know, and y'all can let us know
on that side.
Yeah.
And then can we reduce any costs associated with the projects that we have going on? That's to say, do we really need, I don't know, I'm thinking now in construction, but help me out, anybody. Do we have the need for that much material? Do we have, I'm looking at this high school construction and all the dust that I see, all this stuff sitting in that yard there that is going to be, I've seen it thrown away already. So waste. What are we doing in terms of our own projects that we're running or our contractors are running? Asking them, how can they save money on the work that they're doing to reduce our costs? I think Shannon at one time has even reported how he's worked with contractors to bring down those costs.
He has, he's done, the last thing that he sent me, they have already saved about 300,000 in doing things in-house rather than hiring contractors to do that.
On that side. And then and this you've already reported that you're going to be looking at creating our advantageous inflows and outflows of cash, which is to say, one thing that's consistently bothered me, and I went to the financial officers training that you're required to take every 2 years, and I need to go back to it again. But during that session, we didn't have, the city of Lamarck doesn't have an investment policy. We just put everything into our,
We actually do.
but it's not being followed.
That is correct.
It's not being followed. And so that's something that it disturbed me. And Susie said, oh, yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to leave names out, but it was a challenge
Yeah.
on that side there on that.
I-
But
I-
that's going to follow up on some of your comments earlier.
Part of my background is in audit and on compliance as well. I have written and enforced and verified many a policy, and I am very, very, very pro policy. What you won't find from me is willy-nilly policy violations. If there's a rule, we're going to follow that rule.
Um, were you clapping for me? Well, thank you, bud. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you have something, Jens?
No.
Mr. Ferguson, Miss Holly, perhaps it was the budget previous to your arrival. But I remember a lot of discussion, being had about items, pieces of equipment that were due to be purchased in this upcoming budget. Question is, have we removed all of those items? Did you remove them from your budget?
I haven't yet. The only ones that I've seen come through were ARPA funded. But if there are others, then we can absolutely delay those purchases.
Still won't get us where we need to go.
That is correct.
I'm trying every way I can to get us where we need to go without raising taxes on the good people of Lamar.
I'm sorry, we did not intend to bring you that news, but
Yeah, I know, we get it. I think we get it. It's my buddy Joe left, and we were just getting ready to round this up. We'll have to wait for him to return. This is a time, let me say this. This is the government, ladies and gentlemen. All five of us are here together as the government. We are not 1 and 4 or 2 and 3. All of us missed the signs. We questioned some of the information that was brought to us. We questioned the lack of information that was brought to us. But let's be clear, all of us missed the signs. And so what we do here in this moment, we do with the understanding that we are the government, ladies and gentlemen, all of us. There is no 2 versus 3. There is no 1 versus 4. And all of us are the reason that we are here today. And with that being said, all of us have to look toward a solution together. That is important. And you've given us no other option, Mr. Ferguson.
there is an option, but it's not one you want to take.
It ends the same way. It ends in a way that we are insolvent.
Correct.
Correct.
And that's something that we cannot afford to be. I think that all of us would much rather not have this conversation. I'm waiting on my friend Joe. And we need his voice, and we need his vote. All of us wish we could be speaking about things in a very different way right now, but we can't. You ready? I was just saying, Joe, that we are us five are the government. And we have to do this together. That we have to come up with this solution together. And we're about ready to bring this horse into the barn. And so I am open very quickly for solutions. Does anybody else have any other solution to this problem? Any of us five? Miss Griffin, do you have any other solution? We're looking for solutions.
I'm waiting to vote.
Wait a minute, Joe. Miss Yancey.
So I think I've already stated about some of the things I think we need to look at. I'm very reluctant to do this, but I know that it's time to govern. When the mayor was talking about how the chickens come home to roost, and I would hope that we get back to the basics of a mark, which is paying attention to what comes in, what comes out. Now that we're going to be getting that, please look at what we can fix with the 3 issues that I shared with you: the reimbursements, the code enforcement, the $400,000 that wasn't collected. It's only 2 that have been
Yep.
closed. Those 2 by themselves doesn't account for that much shortfall, right? So those are the things that we looked at in budget, and I was concerned then because I remember the way it used to be run and why those collectibles were very important when it came to the budget. And Mary, you know, I'm not a fan of game rooms, but when I saw how much they bring to our city, and when we saw that difference, I thought what happened, but that's because the management of it has changed. That's something we can fix in-house, right? And then I think I said the reimbursements, and of course, the no matching grant issues that sometimes we got to make sure we watch that, right? The grants that we have to match that we get, because we've been blessed to get a lot of grants. And I think the rental registration that is also took a big dive as well. I believe, because there have been so many questions that, and you said you've only been here a week. So maybe there's some other accounts, I don't know, but I want you to keep digging so that maybe, as she has suggested, we can give that money back to the voters.
If it is there and we can find it and pull it, we will bring it to y'all and let y'all know. I just, as someone who, you know, is a professional and has certification and ethics standards, I can't say things that I don't know.
Right. Well, I'm praying fast. Because this is a big, I mean, 2 years ago, we were at 125 days of reserve. What has changed in the last 2 years? We did have the disasters. We paid that out, the $1 million to Choir Club. We know we paid out a lot of money, but we need that to come back in. And what happened in that gap that paperwork has not been done, right? And so this is something that could have been avoided. And that's why I'm saying we've got to get back to being about not destroying Lamarck. And this is not for you because you're new, but there is a culture that's here that wants to destroy Lamarck and the people to stop us from governing. We need to stop that because some of us are trying to protect our families. Some of us are spending other time with attorneys because our families are being attacked for whatever reason. So that's what, if you didn't understand what the chickens coming home to roost, Malcolm X said that. That's because we're so involved with other things and not what's important. And what's important is this city and going forward. So I would hope that there would be a culture shift and a culture change. Because at the end of the day, one person, you know, I believe in the power of one. I do. And I'm hoping that now this has jolted us up to say, let's get back to being unified and going forward. Because the signs were there. They were.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, here's some thoughts, Mayor. I've been doing my research. And let's focus on personnel for a bit. So Ms. Holly, your professionalism, you already said this, implemented the short-term hiring freeze. We have a hiring freeze right now, except for crucial positions, such as this one. Idea, eliminate vacant positions. Just go ahead and not fill them at the present time. Any professional development activities, delay them or eliminate them. In that sense, me personally, for any city conferences, I will bear my own costs. I will not seek reimbursement.
And I believe the TML conference, you canceled that, is that
Yes.
correct?
Okay, so I will. I'll still attend, but I'll be on my own. Okay. And is there any possibility of like sharing personnel between departments so that we can deal with, just some thoughts I've seen of, this is just one of my checklists here.
There is, I believe, some sharing, especially of administrative staff that serve multiple departments.
So we can certainly look and see if something like that can be, particularly if we're moving forward and we have a vacancy, if we could share a human between two different departments.
Okay. And can we reassess then as well the equipment needs of individuals? Can we delay purchasing that new copier that I know I've had to purchase those. I don't even know if we purchase them anymore. In my time, we used to purchase them.
We are delaying several purchases, even that were on this agenda have been.
Yeah.
Yes, all right.
Push back.
Those are things. And this is once again going down the list here, and I'm going to give this to you. Allow voluntary part-time status. Is there any possibility of that? Looking at that shows you guys' decisions. But in some areas, maybe a staff person has some other issues at home and would love to just work part-time. And just a thought and idea. And then I guess one of the bigger ones too is if any employees wish to just take voluntary time off or use up the time that they have so that we no longer we can reduce that liability. But council, I really urge us to just come back with a policy. I think you're going to come back, right?
Right.
On the
Yes.
Yeah, we are
unallocated
working
time.
on that. It's going to take a little bit of time to kind of sort through what options we have, but
Some
yes.
there. So just some thoughts there. Or ultimately too, if push comes to shove, you may have to have mandatory time off at certain points just to work within a budget. But I will say, I would like some feedback on these ideas, which I will be urging us to do once again, this homestead. For me, that's crucial as we look at these increases. We just can't throw out an increase without saying we have to make some adjustments there, what we haven't done. Got to transform. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Lowry, solutions.
I guess like the public's been asking for the last couple of years, a forensic audit would have caught this. I would imagine if we would have done an audit of our finances a couple of years ago, all this stuff would have been on the table. So I guess it goes back to requesting once again a forensic audit, and my scope would be everything: hiring practices, everything, the checking people's resumes, everything that involves not just the accounting and the credit card fraud and that kind of stuff that's happening, but everything. Audit it all.
Is that your scope?
That's my scope, everything.
So just quickly, a forensic, as someone who has actually
Thank
done
you.
this, a forensic audit actually
you.
is a very small scope, very deep. So the correct way to do, as you're saying, everything would be to parse it and to personnel in one, and then whatever the next thing you want to do in another one, and kind of parse each one separately, because it does require an immense amount of time and effort to do that audit at that level. There are certain standards that are required for forensic audits that are significantly more than a normal audit. So that would be my recommendation on that, is pick a specific
Like a
topic,
scope. Yeah.
a single fund, a single area, and then do it there. And then when that one's finished, then we can roll through.
You were gonna drill down into this anyway.
I was, yes.
Yeah, so do you have a solution though, Mr. Locke? Solution
That
to,
would be my solution, sir.
I don't think that would be, that's, yeah, we'll move past it. Council, we have to do what is necessary to move our government forward. And whether we like it or not, time has come. And so I will entertain a motion on item 9.8. That's the item we are looking at regarding an update. Gus, go ahead, tell us.
I was gonna say, so if we get y'all to approve us to go, yes would be us to go forward with the whole plan. No would be not. There needs to be a separate ordinance if you're doing the tax rate.
Yeah,
Right.
It
That
has
will
to be
come
its own
under a
separate
different item.
thing.
Yeah.
Right.
so
Yes.
the motion has to be to move forward with the plan presented by
Yeah,
the administration.
you all cannot adopt this voter approval rate tonight. So when it comes to that item, you would have to propose a new one, and you can't adopt the voter approval rate because you have proposed a rate that was below that. So we have to,
Start again or what?
you have to propose a new rate.
A new rate, yes.
And then we have to publish that new rate again in the paper.
Right.
Wait the time. That's why it has to happen
Tonight's the
Tonight.
last night.
for us to make the timing to get it.
But as it relates to this item, the motion has to be to move forward or adopt the plan presented by the administration, or to not move forward with the plan presented by administration. Is that right, Gus?
That's fine. We would just need if the course of action is to move forward with the plan, we will provide subsequent advice at this meeting on what we need.
Very good.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah.
Right.
Hold on, James. Hold on. Good. I hear you. I hear you.
If I may,
Go ahead.
this is item 9.7, or I'm sorry,
9.8.
9.8.
9.8. That's what he said. That's what he said. Go ahead, Gus.
The caption for every item on item 9, new business, is items presented to the council for discussion and possible action. So the city has complied with the Open Meetings Act by advising the public that each item under 9, each sub item is being considered for possible action.
Very good. What's your pleasure, John? Go
Okay,
ahead.
here's my question for clarity, Gus. This report, if we do what you're suggesting and accepting the action plan, we're actually taking action by virtue of this vote to accept a tax rate.
No, you are not.
Well, then what I'm suggesting, Gus, is that our action here should be just to accept the report and the recommendations, where that's it.
That is fine. I believe, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Holly and Mr. Ferguson, but at the risk of doing so, I believe what they are asking for is direction from, while you all will you could propose a new rate later. What they are asking is all these things, they've given you a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly.
They want a thumbs up or a thumbs down, because all of those things are going to take them a lot of time. And they want to be clear with you about that. And they want a thumbs up or thumbs down to continue those courses of action. Because if you don't want to do those, there are other actions that they will have to undertake.
So here's the way I'm looking at this. We accept your report and have understood the recommendations. Now, first, procedurally, and just like you just got explained forensic audit, we're going to break this down into our little slivers here now. The first sliver is the tax rate. That's on the agenda here. Then after we get through that, we're permitted to come back and say, based upon the previous item, we can authorize then the securing of and seeking of loans. Correct?
No.
No,
not?
that's, no. What, they've presented a plan to you. They just want to hear from you all
Yes, sir.
that you know what the plan is, and that when they bring it back to you, when we come back to you in a week, y'all have heard it and have given at least some initial blessing that that's okay. You are not being asked to approve it tonight. You're not.
But we do need to move forward.
Direction. You're looking for direction on which way to
Yes,
go.
but we got, loans need to be
Doesn't mean,
in, you know.
you can't pass a tax rate without an individual voice vote.
Right. And nobody,
I believe, I mean, that's what you're saying. This is simply to move forward. This is not to deal with a tax rate.
no.
Yeah.
No.
This is to
then-
accept the report and the recommendations.
Yes.
That's all I'm looking at it. I
Yes.
accept the report and I accept and acknowledge the recommendations. That's me.
Are you, but in that, Joe, so that we can get clarity, are you, in your accepting the recommendations, are you, just one vote, are you suggesting that they move forward in the direction that they're heading now? that what you're-
It's gonna be by our action. That's part of this, right?
To continue this
But to
preparation?
continue this preparation.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that's.
Is that what you needed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we need to be able to start working with loan officers. And
We have to do the
understand,
notification for the
understand.
tax rate, et
But for me,
cetera.
it goes back to start at the tax rate, because without
Yeah.
the increase in the tax rate, you're not gonna get any loans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's all one big.
goes there.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
okay. So now that we got that, we are, what was your motion?
Well, it's my
Yeah, make your
motion then
motion.
to go ahead and accept the report and the recommendations that were set forth here by our new finance director, Mr. Wolf Ferguson.
Worth.
Worth.
Yep.
You're worth it.
I don't know who Wolf is. Did you quit that fast?
I hope.
Did we hire your brother?
I was thinking of that old DJ on the DJ Wolf something. Never mind.
Motion's on the floor. I'm glad we can laugh in this time. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr.
Nay.
Lowry, you're a nay. Very good, counsel. Don't go too far, Mr. Ferguson. I'm sure we'll be calling you back here pretty soon.
No worries. I'll be right over here.
Thank you, sir. All right, council, we are back at item 7. Public hearing. Conduct public hearing to hear public input on 7-1 ordinance number letter O-2025-0014, approving the project plan and reinvestment zone financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 2 in the city of Lamarque, Texas, providing for an effective date and making other provisions related to the subject. This is Chairs Board number 2. Item 7-2, ordinance number letter O-2025-0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarque for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Item 7-3, ordinance number letter O-2025-0019, levying ad valorem taxes for use and operation of the municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas, for the 2025-2026 tax year, providing for appropriating each levy for specific purposes, and providing when taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. Ms. Lott, we are closing our regular scheduled meeting at 8:22. And we are opening our public hearing at 8:22. Are there any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-1? Any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-1? Any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-1? Item 7-2. Any persons online or in person? Are you wishing to speak to 7-2, Mr. Mistich? We have one. You may approach Mr. Mistich.
I want to thank you for the presentation you put together and thank you for your suggestions. This item goes to everything that's being discussed or has been. I heard some things that were said in this budget that, well, there's no fraud, but in the past, when there's cover up or things that have not been divulged by a finance director or finance directors, or maybe where they have been ordered to do some things that they didn't want to do, there is reason for fraud. This did not happen by accident. And we do need a forensic audit on finances, not one fund. That's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mistich. Any other person wishing to speak to item 7-2? Mr. 7-2, yes, sir. Mr. Osteen.
James Osteen, 2012 Gerald Donna Street. Making appropriations for the support of the city of Marque for the fiscal year beginning and ending, et cetera, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest. How much money are we talking about that y'all got to appropriate and try to pay?
This is the 23 million.
Are you asking how much the debt is going to
No,
be?
making appropriations, how much you gonna need?
For the next
Where's the,
fiscal year, it's 22.
for 25, 26, yeah. You want to make appropriations, but you got to have a dollar amount that you're going to make.
Yes, sir.
I think she's getting that for you, James. Is that what you're doing, Ms. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To pay the interest and principal, and how much do you know what the interest is going to be? Is that an estimation?
No, sir, we take, and I apologize, I did not bring it in with me, and I don't have it here, so it's essentially a $23 million budget. That gives you the tax rate. The current one that we have right now is the 39-cent tax rate, and 11 cents of that is for the interest and sinking or the debt payments. And I apologize, I have to go back to the earlier one to find what the amounts are.
And so if you cut $3 million out of your budget, that's going to affect that, right? The appropriations?
Well, hold on. If you're asking about interest.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to city manager.
Mr. Osteen.
I'm sorry, but he got under my skin.
I get that, but let's be a
Okay.
little respectful.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But he's still a city attorney, and I get what you're saying.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's he know about finances?
He may or may not know a lot about finances, but if he's trying to speak, I get what you're saying. Let's just focus on this.
Okay,
I
let
get you. I
me
get
say this before I sit down. I'm going to wait to get my answer.
you.
But I'm like
you
these citizens. I'm getting fed up, and that's a bad deal when I get fed up with something, and you know that.
I get you. I get you,
I can
Mr.
be a
Osteen.
terror, and I'm getting close to that
I get you, Mr. Osteen.
because this is ridiculous.
I get you,
What's
Mr.
happened to
Osteen.
this city on y'all's watch?
I get you, Mr. Osteen. I understand.
It's on y'all's watch.
I understand. I get where you're going with it.
Okay, since you don't have the information, we'll let that go for now, okay?
I apologize, sir. I did not bring that with me tonight.
Very good. Did you want to say something? All right. Any other person? 7-2. 7-3. Any person online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-3? Any person online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-3? Again, one more time, any person online or in person wishing to speak to item 7-3? Very good. We will close our public hearing at 7-3. Come on, James. Come on.
Thank you. On 7-3, the 1 million point something in escrow that the EDC is holding, I believe, or it's the city's holding it, I guess. Did y'all work that in your budget here, trying to straighten this mess out? Has that been included in that?
For the railroad?
Huh?
Is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
it
you got
is.
that in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the $1 million tax thing that the mayor brought up that you don't really know about yet, is that,
For the sales tax?
yeah,
That would not be in the upcoming budget. That would be in this year's budget. So that would not be in part of the upcoming sales tax budget.
okay. To cut expenses, have y'all considered taking up all these employees' credit cards?
We are certainly looking at the P cards and I have pulled all the P cards back, sir.
Okay. And y'all gonna cut travel for the council?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that $11,000 that they each get each year, is that being cut?
What we haven't looked, it was cut down. It was not eliminated. At the time that the 25-26 budget was done, it was done to the 39-cent tax rate, which includes the 11 cents for debt. It is a balanced budget. And so we had to cut some things to make it balanced. It was not eliminated. And at that time, I did not know that our cash position was as precarious as it turned out to be.
Okay. When I was on council 20 years ago, 15, 18, we got $25 a month and we used our own phones. And now they're getting $11,000 a piece to spend. So I think that's an area that needs to be looked at.
Yes, sir.
James, where are you getting the $11,000?
6,000 for your district, or 5,000 for your district, and 6,000 for travel. I believe is what was in the budget, what y'all talked about.
No, it's a $3,000 discretionary fund to help our constituents. And it was a $5,000 travel budget. One of those is TML, and the other
Okay.
one would have been another trip that would.
So it's 8,000.
It was 8,000.
Yeah.
I don't think it's 8,000 any longer.
I believe it's been cut, sir.
Okay, good. That's good.
Yeah.
Now, y'all remember during the budget, we got this fund balance sheet that showed all your different funds. And I'm hearing the hotel motel tax don't have any money in it. Keith, when we was on council together, these different departments had their own budget. And if one of them was going over, they had to start cutting right then.
Yeah.
They kept up with it monthly for us.
Yeah.
And I can't believe it. All this money was put in one pot. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I think, James, I think we are finding this out in real time with the rest of us.
Okay, now when the disaster fund comes in, say we raise tax, and let me tell you, I'm not opposed to raising taxes. I'm not.
Yeah.
We're in a bind. But if we don't have to, we don't need to. What happens when the disaster money comes in and it goes back in the general fund? I heard we was going to talk about give the citizens back the money. If we get in that situation,
Yeah.
are we going to lower the taxes back to what they are now? Or are we going to leave them at 45 cents?
Yeah.
Be what?
That'll be a discussion for next year.
Okay, very good.
But stop right there, James. Let me ask if you can hold that, Mr. Ferguson. If that happens, if those monies arrive in our coffers, would we be able to rebate? We wouldn't be able to lower the tax rate, but would we be able to immediately rebate the citizens the value of that tax increase?
Probably. I don't want to,
Yeah.
that involves a lot of legal questions that I don't want to guarantee. But that is a probable scenario. Once the tax rate is set, it is
Set for a
within
year.
Right. The consideration to lower the tax rate would be the next year. And then each year after that, it would be based on.
But if it is legal, to get James' question answered, if it is legal and this money arrives in our coffers, we may be able to rebate back the citizens the value of that tax increase, is what you're saying.
We would be able to probably. To be very clear, not guaranteeing anything. We would be able to come to you with a proposal for a rebate. That rebate might be 1 cent if that's the additional amount. It may be 6 cents. Maybe for some reason, the state of Texas says, you know what, Lamarque is really beautiful. Here's $100 million. In that sense, maybe it's more than 6 cents, right? I'm not guaranteeing any of those scenarios are gonna happen, but it depends on how much comes in, what the options would then be to follow through.
Very good. Did you get it? Yeah, question answered, James?
Yeah, I
Okay.
did, yes. You know, I don't absolutely have no problem with the tax increase. You really need to confer with your EDC to see how much we can help y'all.
Okay.
Because I can't speak for the rest of them, but my feelings on it, we need to help the city as much as we can. That it's their money.
Right.
It's not my money, it's their money. It's sales tax that came in. But I don't know, we got to look at the legalities. But there may be some options there to help this 900,000 you're talking about.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any other person looking to speak to item 7.3? Online or in person? One more time, 7.3, online or in person? Ms. Lott, we are closing our public hearing at 8:34. We are reopening our regular meeting at 8:34. Old business items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 8.1 ordinance number letter O-2025-0014. Approving the project plan and reinvestment zone financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 2 in the city of Lamarque, Texas, providing an effective date and making other provisions related to the subject. This is our TERS board number 2. This is the second and final reading. And Brother Al, this is why you are here. So let's get Brother Al home. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second. Any discussion?
Mayor, just a quick question, just to verify, it was said earlier, the TERS money is set aside.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
460. I thought I
So,
saw
yeah, so,
65,000.
down there, yes.
Okay.
All right.
You good with that? All right. Any further discussion?
Point of information, I just would like to know, since this is Councilman Lowry's district, are you okay with this? Councilman Lowry, the TERS?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8.2, ordinance number letter O-2025-0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarque for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. This is brought to us by the administration. Ms. Holly, is there any change in your budget from the first reading?
Yes, sir. This would be where we would need to change this to a new tax rate. So we would ask you not to adopt this. And then we will do a new notification for the voter approval tax rate. And then we will come back to you after that's notified and have our meetings to adopt the higher tax rate.
Very good. Gus, I'm gonna move past this. Gus?
That's
It's
fine.
me talking to you.
Yeah, sorry, never.
I'll move past this. And perhaps, Ms. Holly, you want us to move past item 8.3?
Yes, sir.
Let's move past item 8.3.
Oh, hold on. For 8.3, what I would ask is that council formally propose a new rate since you're not in response to the levying issue. Is all.
I thought we would need to have a voice vote and,
Okay, yeah, y'all can do it.
are you good?
I mean, can we have 5 minutes so I can
I'll
discuss?
tell you what
these
I can
things?
do. I can move right on past this
Okay.
and continue with the business of the people. And then we can revisit it if you would recommend that we do that.
Okay, that works.
That's 8.4, boards and commission appointments, appointing, reappointing, and removing boards, commissions, and committees. Are there any persons wishing to appoint, reappoint, or remove any members of boards, commissions, and committees? Very good, council. I may have something for us next meeting. I need to have one conversation. And certainly we will move forward with that. Again, any other persons wishing to appoint, reappoint, or remove members of boards and commissions? Let's move past that. Item 9, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 9.1, ordinance number letter O-2025-0020, amending the city's zoning map and comprehensive plan by changing the zoning district classification from single-family residential R1 to commercial C1 for a tract of land being a part of Lot 15, Division C of Highland, Cook, and Stewart subdivision out of the John D. Moore League Survey, Galveston, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof recorded in volume 81, page 526, in the office of the county clerk of the Galveston County, Texas. And the Galveston County property ID number 195624, 610 Rock Street, Lamarck, Texas, providing a penalty in the amount not to exceed $2,000 for each violation, providing an effective date and making other provisions related to the subject. Ms. Holly, do you have anything on this one?
This was reviewed by the engineering firm who looks at these, and it went through Planning and Zoning Commission, who recommended it. And the engineers have also recommended that it's an existing use, and so they would recommend approval of this.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 9.2, ordinance number letter O-2025-0021, issuing a conditional use permit for a proposed concrete processing plant to Texas Coastal Materials LLC for a tract of land being plus minus 17.027 acres, situated in lot 21 of the subdivision of the southerly plant of the SC Bundick League Survey, Abstract 7, Galveston County, Texas. The approximate location is 0.25 miles northwest of the intersection of Spur 197 and Highway 3, Lamarck, Texas, 77568. Galveston County property ID number 141161. Ms. Holland.
Yes, sir. This again was reviewed by the engineers and recommended for approval after Planning Commission action.
Any questions for Ms. Holland?
I do have a question. So, and I know this is in Councilman Lowry's district, and it's right where we were going to be doing the boardwalk, I think. It's because concrete processing plants can be a little ugly.
They're dusty.
Right, so they're gonna put up a screen or something to kind of make it, so it doesn't look so bad. Because won't you be able to see that from the highway, from the freeway or not? I don't know.
I think this is just the permit issuance. Is that right?
It allows it to happen, but in the conditional use permit is where if you want to see screening, it's just that they're so high in
Right.
terms of what they do. It's tough to actually screen those uses. Councilor Larry, do you have concerns about this?
This is actually, it's not a batch plant. It's a concrete crushing plant.
Okay.
And, I mean, they are dusty, but there's means that they can do sprinkler systems and stuff on their plant to reduce dust, but they can be dusty and they can be loud, but I don't see an issue where it's being put out at all.
Yeah, I was just saying, maybe look at, I don't know, they're not very pretty. That's why
No,
I'm just
they're
trying
not.
to see what we can do to.
Would y'all like to tell you some of the things that we do?
Is this your item, sir? Is this your item? Yes, are you part of the Coastal Materials? Well, step on up.
Yeah,
Welcome. What is your name, sir?
Blake Hayes, very nice to meet y'all.
yeah.
All right, Mr. Blake.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. So what we do is we try and put like a 25 to 50-foot buffer of vegetation all the way around the property to control the dust from coming in and out. That's just the very first thing that we do.
Yeah.
In regards to the TCEQ requirements, we have a water truck running around. I'm not going to say every hour on the hour, but
Right.
it's done all day long. And we're watering the ground to control the dust as well. In regards to our crushers, we have 6 or 7 different spray points on our crushers where we're emitting water throughout the crushing process. And as long as the crusher's running, the water's running. Otherwise, we're in violation. And TCEQ controls our livelihood and I don't play with them.
Right. I guess I'm talking about the barrier wall. Are y'all gonna be building like a barrier wall? Cause you know how we have, cause so Tex dot is building, I think they're still expanding that part, I think where you guys are gonna be. So I was just
So-
talking about something to make it pretty. You understand?
Well, yeah, we're gonna dress it up. We run a tight ship.
Cause you'll be kind of high, right? You be able
No,
to see-
this is not a, it's not, it doesn't have the silos. It's not a processing. It's not a, they're not batching concrete there. If you're thinking of the silos and stuff like that, it
Yeah.
doesn't have that. It's a lot smaller, a lot shorter.
It's a lot short. Oh, okay. So
The-
we won't be able to see it from the freeway then.
Crusher stands about 12 foot tall, maybe 10, somewhere in that area.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not real tall like a batch plant. You're thinking of a silo.
Yeah, I guess so. Cause I know
Yeah.
you can see them and I just had someone had asked me about how does it look and how will it look from the freeway? Cause everyone else is bringing in tourism, basically. Because that's where everything is going to in Galveston County. So that's why I was trying to see what we could do so it's not, doesn't look so industry. So you know what I'm saying? To
I
make it,
understand.
you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So it can go with what TechSide is doing with the waves and all that kind of stuff. I'm
my-
just,
Our goal
Yeah.
is to have a very thick, tall vegetation line,
Okay.
especially from the street.
okay.
We left it that way because we're working on clearing it. That
Okay.
way, when you drive by, you're not looking directly in there.
Right,
You're
right.
seeing exactly.
You're
what's
seeing the
going on.
vegetation and the pretty flowers.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
bam.
we have no problem dressing it up. We want it to look nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I have.
One more. We got one more.
Okay,
Mr.
okay.
Blake, welcome. Hey,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm interested, two questions. You said here in the staff briefing, this is what the staff has said. It's adding jobs. How many jobs are you bringing to this site?
So about 10 guys on the crusher, a scale operator, 15 max.
Those are
We're
all
not
new
a-
positions.
We're not a big operation when it comes to putting boots on the ground because it doesn't take that many people to run that kind of an operation. So each location's 15 or less.
And those are new.
Yeah, they will be.
They're
I
not
mean,
transfers from other areas or stuff.
well, we have to have people that have
That are already
the right skills that we're
Right.
looking for because it's, we don't want anybody to get hurt.
Right.
We need the job done right and quality is a serious thing to us and we pride ourselves on sending our people home every day.
And when the product that you're crushing, that's sold?
No, I mean, it's for sale.
It's sold. What's the use of the product? Crushing concrete.
Okay, I understand. So it's used as a fill product. There's actually endless uses for it. We could beat on that for hours probably.
Okay.
But the main line of business that we do is high volume distribution. It goes under freeways, it goes under runways. Probably
road-based?
90% of the roads you drive on here, it's under.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And they use it to save money instead of pouring concrete the whole way.
The whole way.
They'll use that as a not a binder, but a base, and it flexes because under the ground here in Houston, the ground's mud, it's
Yes,
gumbo mud,
yeah.
and it heaves and it moves.
Okay.
So crushed concrete allows it to flex a little bit without actually cracking the cement on top of it.
I see. And then, so in the sale of that product, do you charge sales tax?
Absolutely, unless
So-
your project's tax exempt.
Okay. So there is a sales tax
Benefit.
benefit to the city of Walmart.
A
And
lot-
that's where
a lot-
this $8 million in revenue comes
I
from?
would assume a pretty good substantial sales tax. I think you guys will be happy.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I think that's what he was trying to get at. It's-
Okay.
it's- yeah.
We're into high volume distribution and
Yeah.
the people above me won't be happy unless I'm moving a lot of material.
And when do you anticipate operations to begin here?
As soon as we can get through the red tape and the engineering, quantitatively speaking, we'll be crushing concrete hopefully by December, January.
At TCEQ, they have a role in the dust?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Big time.
Oh, school district, dust.
Yeah.
TCEQ,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, as a matter of fact, one of the requirements is I think I might have put it in that preliminary paperwork I brought, but you have to be 440 yards away from any living resident, any school, or any church, which we're more than double, almost triple
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And it's a very industrial area. That's why we picked it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. And on top of the the sales tax is going to be bringing in those big rigs that are hauling that stuff, the diesel. They're going to be stopping and grabbing their lunch. So it's going to have a great economic impact on the city.
Thank you.
Casey, do we have a motion for this? Or no?
I do not, sir.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
For a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
I hear I was told there's a second reading in October. Is that,
That is true.
okay,
We have a first and a second reading on all of our ordinances.
okay, no problem. I
Yeah.
didn't know if we had to vote on it twice or how it worked. I was just.
We vote on it twice. Next meeting, we will have a public hearing.
Okay.
Where we allow the public to come in and have conversation if they so choose.
Okay.
About your development, and then we will vote immediately after that public hearing.
Sounds good.
And once that happens, I believe it takes 30 days for an ordinance to go into effect. And you'll be rocking and rolling in November.
I like it.
Sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right, but thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 9-3, final plat approval, Bayou Ridge Park, approving final plat for Bayou Ridge Park, being a subdivision of 46.333 acres out of the SF Austin League Survey, number 4, abstract A-2, Galveston County, Texas. Bayou Ridge Park contains 128 lots, 4 blocks, and 10 reserves. Galveston County ID number 1373 and 131374. Mr. Compion, I believe this is in your district.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holly, do you have anything to add to this?
No, just that it's a welcome addition. It's going to be 128 more lots coming into the city.
128 new homes.
Just FYI, council had previously been introduced to this project last year, beginning of the year. And at that time, we were expecting this plat to come to us.
That's right.
So,
Still growing. I'll entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Council, I've been asked by Ms. Holly to pull item 9-4, item 9-5, and item 9-6.
I'm gonna make a small correction here.
Oh, yeah.
9-4
I
is
want to
actually
pull item
seven.
9-4.
I'm sorry, sir.
No,
But-
just because I made the wrong marking.
Yes, sir.
So we need to deal with item 9-4. Thanks for that. Ms. Holly pulls 9-5 and 9-6.
Yes, sir.
9-4, award of contract, Newman Road, Moss Street, and Rosewood Drive sanitary sewer improvements. Awarding a contract for Newman Road, Moss Street, and Rosewood Drive sanitary sewer improvements project to JSS Construction LLC in the amount of $1,102,114. Ms. Holly, where would this $1,102,114 come from? Hey, Brent, how do you know?
Allow me to. Okay, this is a project that is being financed by impact fees.
Impact fee.
Yes, sir. And we
don't have it.
Well, that's where it was. That's where the funds were allocated from.
At this point, I would ask that we hold until we ensure that the funds are available to do this project. So if we could come back to you next month and ensure that if we can find where the impact fees are.
And I just want to add that we have, I think it's 60 days, sometimes 30 days to
Yeah.
hold that bid. Otherwise, the bidder could pull out of it. But
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to inform
Yes, sir.
everybody. But I totally understand.
Say that again, Brent. You have 30 days
30 to 60 days to hold that
to
bid.
hold the bid?
Yeah. on the-
How long has it been held so far?
It was bid about half a month ago, so
So we're about 15 days in?
probably, yeah.
Okay, so we have maybe 2 to 4 weeks left?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Just want to let you know. but
That's how
I
you got
totally
that?
understand.
We'll check it. Yes, sir.
All right,
All right.
thank you, Brent. So, Ms. Lott, I was right. It was a premonition, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, 9-7. Finance Committee, proposing the Financial Review Committee, Ms. Howard.
The mayor pro tem had come up, I believe, with coming up with this idea. And so what we would ask is that we have the manager, a council member, the finance director, and we actually did this before we had Mr. Ferguson, the EDC director, a board member. And I know that there had been some concerns about the council serving on this of doing the administrative action, but it's only a recommending body. So it would actually come back to the council for any action. And if there's any other just regular person, like I know we've got some former council members that I think would be really good to help us with some financial issues. And I think it's overdue that we get this done for the community.
Absolutely. Say though, name that again, Ms. Holly.
The manager, a council member, the finance director, the EDC director, and an EDC board member. I think we also need a member of the community that would
I think
add
so.
to that.
So how about this? Let's be clear. This is an ad hoc committee.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all okay with it?
Oh, no, I'm just.
Okay. So the restriction on serving on two boards does not apply.
You would not be a board of final authority. That's correct. It's just to do this.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to just get approval tonight and then come back and make nominations later?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that works. Any discussion on this, council? Go ahead, Joe.
I have two items. And I mentioned this to Ms. Holly. I would urge us that my suggestion initially had been two council persons on this, not just one. That's a pretty heavy responsibility for one council person. And I think that there's a need for two. Now, I'm willing to entertain that as or for the second to say, or a former council person, right? That because they've had the experience in terms of dealing with these issues. Because I do wanted to keep it as an odd number. Right now it's 5.
Yeah.
But if let's see, we add one more member. Well, actually,
You have a citizen as well, though.
it would add a citizen, one more.
If you had
Oh, so if we do 2 council members and then a former member or a citizen,
Yeah.
that make it 7. Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay. So the motion needs to be council, city manager, 2 council members, 1 finance director, 1 EDC director, 1 EDC board member, and 1 citizen.
One citizen.
You got it?
Say that one more time.
I like it.
That's a lot. City manager, 2 council members, 1 finance director, 1 EDC director, 1 EDC board member, and 1 citizen at large. The council will determine who those 2 council people would be. And Ms. Holly would determine who the citizen would be. The Economic Development Corporation will determine who their board member will be. Does that make sense?
And on the council members, on the 2, 1 could be a former council member. Is that correct?
Well, I went through that when we added
Okay,
The
all right, then I
citizen.
will do it as a citizen. Okay, thank you.
but I still want 2 council members.
2 council members.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions on this one? Let's move to a motion.
That's my motion.
That's your motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We have already discussed item 9.8. We are now at 9.9, 2026 holiday calendar, approving the 2026 observed holiday calendar for the city of Lamarck. Ms. Holland.
It's just the calendar that we need to do every year. So we've got the proposed holiday would be New Year's, Martin Luther King birthday, Good Friday, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving and the day after, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and New Year's Eve. So all very standard.
Very good. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Council, administration has asked that item 9-10 be pulled. And so we're at item 10, city manager's report, submitted report to update the council and community on standard operations of the city. Report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. All I see under your report tonight, it's not as if you have not been very busy tonight, is items for the good of the order. Ms. Howard.
So what I wanted to just briefly talk with you about is with the new finance director, to let you know that you will start getting your financial records that you should be getting. And then you can see what you should be getting in the future. I think that Mr. Osteen was very good at pointing out what he was getting as part of the EDC that you should have been getting. And then also we'll start providing all of our grants that Alice Ashley has been putting together that shows what the project is, what the funding is, who the engineer is, who the contractor is, and to give you a sense of where we are in construction projects across the city, and that those will become part of your monthly, or I guess bi-weekly packages, but I'll do it on once a month so that you have those. And thank you very much for all of your patience and paying attention, because that was a very hard presentation to go through tonight. So thank you very much. That's it.
Is that it? Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Howard?
I do.
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm surprised.
That item 10. That item 10 on appointment to the Texas Health, why are we passing on it? The deadline for that is September 12th to submit a nomination.
I don't know why that was, that, because we've asked that we,
If I may, so this particular, the way it was worded was incorrect on the agenda. It should have said for a staff member, not a council member, to be appointed to this particular board. And because of the way it was worded, HR had requested that we have it pulled from the agenda.
but I thought we wanted a council member on that.
This was, you guys emailed this and said, council member. We're looking for, we're reaching out and governed by city leaders.
And from what I understand, this particular item is a 4-year term. And because of how long it is, that is why we were considering a staff member that potentially could be out of the longevity of your terms are at 3 years. So it was for a longevity period of appointing a staff member.
Oh, I see here. It says open to elected officials
Or
or appointed officials, department head or higher.
I would recommend that we go ahead and move with it, and that I think Mayor Pro Tem Compion was willing to do it. Is that correct?
I was interested.
Because he could be,
Joe, you were on 85 different boards.
But I enjoy it. I gotta say, and I'm about to reach one of them, I think.
But if that's the only thing, Gus, you good with moving forward? What I don't have a problem with it if
Well,
it's
this is
item
passion.
9,
I
10.
became
Yeah,
a
no,
patient advocate on healthcare. so-
yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Council, what's your pleasure? Don't nominate yourself, Joe.
No, no,
Don't do
no.
that.
I nominate, I make the motion, nominate, Councilman Joe Compion to be the Health Benefits Board Region 14 Board of Trustees vacancy among his other 85 boards.
Now he's gonna have 86 boards. Is there a second?
Second.
There is no discussion on nomination. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll abstain. Not to move.
Hey, any
I-
abstention
no.
isn't, did you vote against yourself
I
this time?
guess, I don't know.
Oh,
Whatever.
all right, well, we'll move on. All right, anything else for Ms. Howell? All right, we're moving, we don't have executive session. We don't have any actions to take out of executive session.
There was a-
I'm sorry, Gus.
So, in discussing with Worth, so you all, ordinance O-2025-0019, you all want to move forward with a different proposed tax rate. I would request that you do so under that item. And the only request if you so, one of the ways you may do it is you may make a motion to propose an amended tax rate of, and Worth will give you the number. Because I am, Worth is the finance director, and I think it best that he give you the number.
Yes, so if you ought to vote to amend the tax rate to the recommendation of the citizen approved rate, the
Voter approval rate.
voter approved rate. That needs to be done in two parts. You need to approve the M&O piece and the INS piece at their own unique rate. So if you look at, I guess we don't have that up, but the M&O rate is 33,690.08. That's for maintenance and operations. That is what is not used to pay back debt. And the INS rate is 11,5253. That is what is used to pay back all the debt that we have taken. That INS rate is hard calculated to be able to pay back the debt. The M&O is for to cover costs.
Would you repeat the
Yes.
INS rate?
The INS rate is 11,5253.
Thank you.
So, Gus, I mean, is there a deadline to, there's a deadline to this, but
It would
is
be
tonight the
tonight.
deadline?
So what we have to do is after y'all approve this, we then have to submit this to the paper to publish it. That has to be published for 7 days, I believe, at which point there has to be 2 hearings.
So we have to have another public hearing.
Yes. And then it
Both
can
under the
be,
tax code and your charter.
then it can be read and then affirmed. So there's a lot of steps that have to happen to.
So that we can meet the statutory deadline.
Yes.
To have this.
Correct.
Question, why is there for the M&O, you've got 6 figures there. Why don't you have 6 figures for the INS?
There are 6 figures for the INS.
Well, I'm not hearing that. 11? Repeat that.
11,5253.
53. I missed that 5. Okay, sorry.
5253.
5253. Okay.
For a total of 45,21,61, which is the
You said 45.
45,21,61.
And what was the other number?
That's the total combined. That's the 2 combined.
That's the 2. Okay,
Yes.
but give me the other number.
Oh, the M&O rate? So that is
Big bump.
33,6908.
Okay.
Do we all get it?
Yeah.
Ms. Lott, I think this is gonna have to be a voice vote.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I have 2 questions. Number 1, with regard to the voice vote, what's our number? No, how many approvals?
You need 6, well, like it's a majority.
Majority.
I
It
want to
was,
clarify that because I think that's, I'm a bit annoyed about that. We're
So-
going for this or that.
Well, so there is some language in the state statute about a 60%
Yes.
approval rate. You all, as a 5-member board, 60% is effectively majority. Does that make sense? Because 3 are necessary. Yeah, so,
So it's 3 votes. Okay.
so, and that's why,
that's all I wanted that
like a
point.
7-member, I can't do math. I don't know if 4 of 7 is.
Well, we're not.
It
at
is
7, so
not.
I'm not worried about
it is not.
All right, so it's going to take a majority vote on this. Second question I have for you, Mayor, or whomever. The suggestions and the actions, do I have to request those as follow-up agenda items on the increase of the homestead and the freezing for seniors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we've already taken that unless we'll bring that back to you.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah.
All right, then you work on that. All right.
We'll work on that. I can't guarantee it will happen in this tax rate, the one y'all are proposing, but future years for sure.
No, it will be for this
We may be
tax
able to get
rate.
this one? Okay.
This
It
one.
will be for this one.
Okay, all right, well, that's fine, thanks.
And that motion.
I'll make the motion to accept the tax rate at, for M and O at 0.336908 and for the INS at 0.115253 for a total of 0.452161.
Second.
I just have to do a point of memory. He said 0.11. It should be 11 point.
No, it is
It's
point
not.
one
It is-
one.
It is 0.11.
Yeah, so it's 11
Okay,
cents.
so I
Yeah,
wrote
11
it
cents.
down.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 0.11. I wrote it down.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
Okay, let me do that, fix that. Okay. I second it.
Any discussion? Worth, can I call you Worth?
You can.
Let's get down to the brass tacks. If we don't raise the tax rate, we will have to eliminate people.
That is correct.
And eliminating people,
If we eliminate people, they're gonna take with them their sick time and their vacation time.
correct.
How big is it?
It will in essence bankrupt this city.
The city does not have enough cash on hand to afford a mass layoff with the required payouts. That's correct,
Voting against this bankrupts the city in essence.
in essence.
I do not like voting for tax increases at all.
I don't like proposing them.
At all, man. I'm telling you, this is, what did you say? It's under your skin? This is under my skin. It is going against everything that I believe. But at the same time, we cannot bankrupt a city. It would be irresponsible to vote to bankrupt the city. It would be short-sighted to vote to bankrupt the city. And I don't know where we would go from here if we voted to bankrupt this city.
The most likely option is that Texas City would absorb Lamarque and Lamarque would no longer exist. That's not 100%, but that is the most likely option.
County.
I can speak to that. There are certain things that the county cannot do, that the city does do. For example, the operation of a wastewater treatment plant. I do not believe a county can do that. As such, there would have to be a special purpose district set up. So.
I don't know anybody that would want to purposely vote to bankrupt the city just so the county can take over or the Texas City. That's ridiculous. Any other discussion? We are in a rough patch, but Lamarque was given to all 5 of us. And at some point, none of us will be here. And I think that it is appropriate to hand Lamarque off to the next 5. There are people that have no idea what's happening tonight in their homes. And a tax rate will hurt them. But to wake up the next morning and realize they don't have a municipal government that they bought homes in will devastate them. People who have been here all of their lives, like Ms. Laura Devine, grew up here, went to school here, graduated here. That's not fair. This is gonna hurt. But to purposely bankrupt the city, I can't do that. Any further discussion? Take it away, Miss Lott.
For the voice vote, District A,
Yes.
District B,
Yes.
District C,
No.
District D,
Yes.
and Mayor.
Yes. You got a supermajority, Joe.
Yeah.
All right. Can we go now, Gus, to 11? Executive session, there is none.
Yeah, there is no, so we don't have to go.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I thought the part about passing the budget, wasn't that an item here for the second reading?
I believe Ms. Holly.
She has to reconfigure the budget.
I was thinking we would have to reconfigure the budget to show the new tax rate and that they would both come back. and we would show that we were doing only debt with the additional money that we are not putting that towards any expenditures other than debt and the debt repayment.
Okay.
And we will be back with that.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Well, item 11, there is no executive session. Item 12, there are no actions to be taken from executive session. So now we're at item 13, requests and announcements. Council, we've read this language a time or two. So it ought to be systematic within us to adhere to these guidelines. And we'll start with Mrs. Griffin.
Just want to remind everybody, September 8th was the anniversary of the 1900 storm. There's been a lot of celebrations around the county. And I want to thank the fire department, police department for taking care of the gas leak earlier today. Thought that at one of the council meetings, I was appointed to the Galveston County Transit Authority. And where is that? Where are we with that?
I will get more information and I'll be back in touch with you tomorrow with an
Okay.
update.
I think that's all I had for right now. I did make a recommendation that we acknowledge Paul's Church for Founder's Day next month, if we can do a Paul's Union Church for a proclamation. That's all I have.
Ms. Lott, what day was that, Miss? I know we had a brief conversation. Was it October 4th?
8th.
October
Isn't
8th.
that Founder's Day, Miss Casey? Founder's Day is October 8th. I thought you guys.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
October 8th. Was that it, Ms. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Lowry?
Just want to say thank you to Ms. Holly for getting the Marque Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association their check. We've been working on that for several months. Great entity. If you guys are not aware, they do a lot for, well, pretty much everything in the community, first responders, but typically the police department. So we can help them out, and want to say thank you, Ms. Holly, for looking into the ditches on Lake Road where the lady's house is flooding routinely.
Glad to do it.
And thank you for all the hard work, Mr. Ward. Thank you for coming on board, jumping in, and thank you to all the staff for all the extra effort and getting everything where it needs to be. And that's it.
Ms. Yancey?
I just want to thank you for your hard work and the council for coming together and doing the hard things that we have to do. To Lord Divine, keep praying, keep giving us the scriptures to encourage us, because I do believe this is a holy war that we're dealing with. And thank you for our council that has been working behind the scenes, and to our mayor and our mayor pro tem, who worked very hard to steady the ship, so to speak. I want to recognize one of my UT classmates out there who's been a prayer warrior, who's been praying for the city. He's a Harvard grad with a master's in business. So Ron Deshay, I want to thank you for your prayers and the fasting that you have done. And to my husband of 31 years, we celebrated September 5th was our 31st wedding anniversary. So I want to thank you all for your his love and support, and in spite of everything that we've gone through. Listen, the Marque is an amazing city, and that's why we battle for her, right? Because she is an amazing city. 10 minutes from the Gulf Coast and 30 minutes from Houston. And so there's a lot that we have to be very prideful for. If you haven't been going to Lamarck's football games, please go. We're on a winning streak. So get your tickets and come join us on some of those Friday nights as well. So that's all I have. And we will definitely be praying, and please keep digging, keep seeing what you can do, so we can get past this moment. This is just a moment, and we know that better days are coming.
Yes,
Thanks so
ma'am.
much.
Mr. Lowry, you had something else?
Yeah, I almost forgot. We came across some fire nozzles that we donated to the fire department. And according to Mr. Merriman, our fire chief, The newest one there is from 1930. That's the newest one. So they're 1930 and older, and they're going to be put on display at the fire department. And so we have the coolest and oldest nozzles in all of Galveston County. And so check it out, and hopefully they can find some more information on those and publish it. And I also met a citizen when I was purchasing those. I believe he said he was 84 years old. His uncle was from here, and he's got a whole bunch of history that he's going to be giving me, dairy farm pictures and pictures where the White House behind the Valero, he said it used to be turned the other direction and facing the railroad tracks. But he's got a bunch of stuff, historical stuff, that he's going to be giving to me to do whatever I want with it. I'm going to be donating that to the city as well.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Is that wood? Oh, I kept looking at
No,
it.
it's all brass. It's all
No,
brass.
The white part is brass?
It's cloth. They wrapped it in cloth.
Oh, cloth, okay. I thought they were our old.
You should recognize one of those.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Mayor, I recall when we were talking about minutes, just very quickly. Ms. Holly, one of the things that you'll be seeing from me, because we tend to forget some of these things, and I want to make sure that these items of individuals coming to speak are followed up on. Like I was going through all the minutes, and I'll be listing those items, like Mr. Edward Gano and Mr. Joe Hicks, who came involved.
Mr. Kano is resolved.
And so I just want to make sure that people know that they're listening. I want to follow up on a comment that the mayor said, that right now the action that we're taking, that there are residents out there that will wake up tomorrow and don't know what went on here. And so therefore, I'm going to suggest and urge us all to develop our talking points. The city as a whole needs to go ahead and develop a piece that understands and set forth the issues that we've discussed in easy to understand English. Okay, easy to understand. And here's what we're looking at. Here's the action that was taken. But first and foremost, we exercise leadership, and we were trying to be fair and equitable to avoid a layoff of personnel, because the value of this community is in its personnel, its policemen, its firemen, and most of all, its residents that are ultimately all of us paying the bill. So I urge us to work together on a document along those lines too. And it should be a topic probably for our town hall meeting.
Yes.
And as well, we have found a facilitator for that, by the way. You have that person's name, or do you want me to give it to you again?
I have it in your information.
Yeah,
but-
okay, all right. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you for everybody's patience.
Very good. Wanted to acknowledge, and I may mess her last name up because I always mess it up. Somebody might need to help me. Stacy Froschner.
Oh, Frusher. Yeah.
Do y'all know that Stacy is a finalist for Women in Leadership?
Yes.
Yes, she is a finalist for, I think it's the large business. Is that right, Agatha? And our firefighter, Mrs. Is it Alana? Anna Lee. I saw that, Miss Anna Lee. So we have two finalists. She's a young professional, and Miss Stacy is a large business finalist. And so we want to congratulate the work of all of our staff members, but in particular the work of the women on our staff. They have been doing a wonderful job making sure that Lamarque is serviced and that our residents have the service that they deserve in this great city. So kudos to the fire department and to the municipal clerk's office. On 9/15, which I believe is that Wednesday, Casey? What's today? No, that's
Monday.
That's next Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Next Monday, we will have a ribbon cutting at the Mahan Park. Where's Mr. Holcomb? He's not here when you need him, at the Mahan Park Boat Ramp. So somebody please, James Osteen, tell Mr. Holcomb. Never mind, don't worry about it, James. Don't worry about it. 9:15, I'm teasing, 9:15, we're going to have a ribbon cutting at Mahan Park, September the 15th at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m. On September 20th, which is the Saturday after that, we will be right down the street on Bayou Road, giving the proclamation and celebrating in the new, the building isn't new, but the name is, the new Vera Bell Gary Family Support Center. As many of us know, Mrs. Bell Gary was a tireless educator in our community for 36 years. She is one of the original members of the settlement, and she is a community icon. And it is a wonderful, wonderful gesture for the Texas City Independent School District to name their new Family Support Center after this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful woman who has blessed our city with her service for a lifetime. We also want to acknowledge that as the Staff Sergeant said earlier, we pay homage to those lives that were lost on September 11th. That is a day we will never forget because the lesson always is freedom is not free. It comes with a price of at least responsibility. And even sometimes we pay with our lives to be free. I wanted to ask Miss Holly if we've made any progress on the sewer system over on Durow Street. There was a gentleman, and I connected you and that gentleman, Mr. Rami. And he has a manhole in his, I think around his ditch.
Yes, the gentlemen were from Public Works. We're going to go out. What happened is back in the day, they used to put manholes in creeks and manholes in ditches, and then they would obstruct the flow. So the Public Works was going to go out there and clean that ditch out for them.
Do we know if that has happened yet?
I only heard back from Shannon. I think it was supposed to happen this week.
Okay, would you let us know?
Yes, sir.
Mayor, just a FYI, it's not just the water obstruction. There's sewer coming out.
Yeah.
That's the problem there.
Well, the one that I got one from Jamal today that I'll also be looking at, that he gave me information.
He sent me several pictures of the ditch being filled with sewer.
Yeah.
And he's been a patient man in this process.
Yes, sir.
And so we can make sure that issue is addressed because it is a health.
That's a health
safety
issue. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Lastly, I want to say, Worth, can I call you Worth? Welcome. I have a request, Ms. Holly, for Worth. Did you say that you had an auditing background? Ms. Holly, would you have Worth look through every dollar and every penny that has come into this city and that has left this city for the last 5 years? And if Worth has found any malfeasance, if Worth has found anything other than an accurate accounting to bring that to us,
yes, sir.
if Worth has found any fraud, if Worth has found any corruption, whatever Worth has found, please bring that to us. And if it is illegal, Ms. Holly, I am requesting that you take that to the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
Can you do that for us?
I can.
Worth, can I call you Worth? If Ms. Holly asks you to do that, would you be happy to do that for us? You are worth $1 million, my friend. There's nothing else. It's time to leave, y'all. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.